It's a Thursday morning at the Break Room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
How's it going, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
Great start. It is a beautiful morning in Rochester,
nice.
New York. 62 degrees, a little bit cloudy, but the sun's on its way. We're going to be up into the high 70s, depending on where you are.
Mm-hmm.
We could have our fourth straight day of 80. And it looks like weather for the next couple of days. The weekend, with the exception of possibly Monday, is going to be beautiful. Highs in the mid to high 70s.
Nice.
And sun all weekend long.
Perfect.
So perfect for your Memorial Day. You just got to get the kids through the rest of the week of school. So my kids are off on Friday. I don't know if that's like a whole thing.
Man.
Community-wide.
Nice stretch.
Well, like, look, my kids go to Catholic school. And
is it a holy day?
no, I don't know.
Is it Good Friday?
Yeah, it's Good Friday. They do a second.
Friday.
Yeah, they do a second Good Friday. It's called Good Friday 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Wait, they added a second Good Friday? They should.
Good Friday is right before Easter.
Oh, I forgot.
Okay. What I'm getting at.
What?
So it's like it's end of year time for the kids.
Yeah, so it's time to start phoning it in.
Well, that's just it. Like if you have
half day.
If you have kids in high school, they're actually year maybe done right now, like getting ready for finals, depending on where they go to school. And like that leaves that middle school and that weird in between period. Both of my girls are in middle school. So today for my girls, it is field day.
No, what is field day?
Kim, you want to explain field day?
Well, I remember having it as like a little kid in elementary school, and like what they do is they set up all these games, and usually like you're put into like teams, or like your class competes against the other classes, and it's just
Go outside and
it's just
play.
it's an outdoor day for school. Yeah.
So this one seems more wide open. Like there's a talent show you can go to if you want to. There's like things set up for you to go do. There's like ice cream trucks that come to school.
I would have done stuff in school if they had this.
No, you wouldn't have. You would have just gone to
Our field day, you went out in the field. You worked. I picked cotton to my fingers bled.
I mean, that is the most southern Ribs, Arkansas song I've ever heard in my life. But the thing, a field day is great for the kids. The only thing that sucks about it is it's a half day of school. And my kids go to Aquinas, so they don't have a bus service. Like the buses come from other districts, and the other districts, obviously, aren't just going to send buses in the middle of the day to pick them up. So the entire school gets out in the middle of the day.
You're the bus.
So everybody has to get picked up.
Everybody from 6th grade until 12th grade leaves school at the same time. And I dread this day every single year because, no exaggeration, I will be stuck in the parking lot of the school for an hour. Damn. Every year, I get stuck in the parking lot of the school for an hour, and the same thing happens. I really got to pee, so I'm going to park my car, and I got to negotiate with the school security guard to let me in to use the bathroom. And they're always like, well, I don't know. And I'm always like, hey, I did it last year. And like, fine, but make it quick. And they'll watch the bathroom while I'm in there, and these kids are looking at me like I'm some kind of weirdo. What am I going to do? Pee my pants in the parking lot? And here's the thing.
That's what the older said.
Like, I do not understand how, with all of the years now we've had the pickup lines, and this is an extreme case, but there are parents listening right now who are going to be dropping their kids off at school soon and then picking them up later. The least efficient, most stressful part of being a parent is the pickup and drop-off line at your kid's school.
Is it because it's so tight in there, like to get in and out?
It's tight!
Keep it tight. But that's an old-ass school. So when that area was built, in the 20s?
Yeah, 1920s.
I mean, how old was that school?
Yeah, no, it's you nailed it. On the
right.
head,
So think about picking up your kid in the 1920s. Where'd you pick him up in?
Horse? Yes, you picked him up in horse.
Bro, I bet you there were
horses. Put him in the horse.
I bet you there were still horses around.
Hold your breath.
I mean, most schools have a similar situation, I think, only because it's not like there's like a parent parking. These schools don't have like a parent parking lot for you to go sit and wait in. It's usually like, like one door you can pick up your kids at, just I'm sure for safety reasons, you know what I mean?
Exactly. And like the problem is, to your point, Kimmy, like these schools need all the space they can get.
Yeah.
Right? Not only for teaching the kids building wise, but like all the fields that they need in the parking lot for the teachers and stuff like that. So there's never enough space. And look, picking up and dropping off your kids is a relatively new thing. Like, Kimmy, I don't remember this really being a big time thing when I was in school.
The only time I remember a parent picking me up was if I had like a doctor's appointment or something.
Exactly.
I don't think my parents ever picked me up like after school or during school.
Exactly. So like the schools and the parking lots aren't designed for 150 parents to show up all at the same time to pick up the kids. So I'm not blaming the schools here. Right. It's like, God, why can't we just at least every 15 minutes stagger the kids? That way I'm going to be stuck for an hour. It's going to be driving me nuts, Tommy. It's going to be driving me, like I literally have a pit in my stomach right now knowing that in a couple of hours I got to go do this thing.
And we were talking off air that your school, it's a private school, which means a lot of money.
Yeah.
Which means there's nothing but big-ass SUVs picking up these kids, right? Tellurides and Escalades as far as the eye can see.
Well, it's the West Side Catholic school, so it's more like Escalades and like Yukons.
Every car you saw in The Sopranos.
Yes,
that's
exactly.
where they got that idea from.
You're 100% right. No, like the Tellurides show up in the McQuaid parking lot.
Oh, okay.
The Yukons show up in the Aquinas parking lot. No, like I was doing everything I can. Like I was, my girls have friends that go to school there, and like a lot of times, like there's been a couple of years where like either one of their friends will like come over after school.
Carpool.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So I've like the last 3 days, I've been subtly trying to be like, oh man, any of your friends doing anything?
Oh, to get her. Yeah. Why can't she catch a ride?
Well, it is tough. With Aquinas, because you're getting kids from all over, so it's not like there's somebody in the neighborhood going to and from all the time.
Exactly. Like my daughter's friends live, like one lives in Ontario, one lives in Greece, one lives in Webster. Like they could not be more spread out. It's the most ridiculous thing. I told you, like I took my little one to the mall.
Yeah.
Like a couple of weeks ago, and she wanted to bring all her friends. So she goes, well, can we pick everybody up? And I go, I don't know. Where does everybody live? She wanted me to drive from Spencerport.
Opposite ends of the earth.
Kimmy, Spencerport to Greece, to Irondequoit, to Ontario.
So you're doing a full half loop there.
To Eastview, and then drop everybody else off. And when I was like, honey, I can't do that. Why? Like, what do you mean, why? What am I? Like, Liftline doesn't do that kind of route,
kidding.
for God's sake.
Yeah, the bus doesn't go that far.
Bro, I'm telling you, like, you do not understand the stress that exists in getting your children places so they can either do the things that they have to do or have any kind of social life. It's like even when the kids live in town, because it's like spinning plates, man. You got to communicate with their parents, and that kid has some kind of schedule that they have to be on. So if I'm gonna pick them up somewhere, I got to pick them up at this time. I got to bring them back by this time.
Yeah, but how about just no, we're not doing that.
Yeah, I'll just let my kid be some isolated weirdo.
Crush their
Let them
social
find
life.
you, kid.
Let them find you. Well, and my wife, I think, would rather us like drive and be the super.
Because you want to know what's going on.
Well, my wife, yeah. I mean,
you want control over the situation. That makes sense.
I mean, my wife is a little bit. She's still got that like tiger mom in her, like looking over the kids. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's never going to go away.
I love how like when I say it about my wife, you're all like, "Oh yeah, man, that's a
I
common
get
thing.
it, man.
Yeah,
I mean, she's buttoned up.
Oh, where if there's another man? Oh, would you let your kid be? When I was a kid, skid mark capital of the world, king. I'm not just talking about my pants." 252 WCMF. My kids have a half day at school today, and the whole school gets out at the same time, 6th grade through 12th grade. So every year on this day, I get stuck in the parking lot for an hour while every single parent who goes to this school goes to pick up their kid at the same time. And the other thing, too, like, they have the like juniors and seniors that have driver's licenses.
Oh, the punk ass.
Well,
there's your new skid mark burnout crew.
There's your new skid mark burnout crew. I got to be honest.
Yeah.
When I am in the parking lot, like watching these teenage kids like get in their car and go off for like a day of fun for the rest of the day.
Yeah, enjoy it now, bro.
I am jealous. Man.
Yeah, it does. Those are always the best days.
Yeah, then they don't last long.
Why are you taking joy in the fact that their lives are going to end up like our lives?
But just go enjoy your freedom.
No, that's not what you say.
Open road.
Take it now because your life's good as
She's going to turn on you later, but man.
No, like, Kimmy, you remember, like, even on the days where you would get out, like, the end of school, junior, senior year, things didn't really matter anymore. Like, just the plans that would get made in that parking lot while everyone's getting in their car to go home.
Let's go get pizza.
Yes! We're going to Charlotte. We're going to play basketball.
We're going to do this forever, man.
It wasn't even so much like you were going to, like, drink and party and do all that. It was just, like, the freedom of knowing I could do whatever I want right now.
It was to your point a second ago, Tommy. It's
getting all the snacks.
It's the perfect point in your life because you have enough freedom to do what you want. And you are young enough where the responsibility does not exist, right?
And the future's not even bothering you right now.
And, like, I don't know how it is now for kids that age, but, like, I was a latchkey kid. Kimmy, you were a latchkey kid. So it's not like I had to be home by any time where my parents are going to be like, where are you, right? So I had until, like, 6, 7 o'clock to just do whatever the hell I wanted to do.
Look at that.
With my buddies. Oh, man.
You had all that freedom and time.
When we were kings.
Oh, you didn't know it, though.
There's nothing.
It's wasted on the youth, as they say.
There is nothing in my life right now that I get as excited about. Like, not a thing. As excited I would be when school was over. Like, what are we going to do?
The best part is if you had one friend with a minivan. because you would all file in the minivan and they would take you around to do whatever you wanted that day.
Mike Yanklowski, he had a minivan. It was like an 86 Astro van that wouldn't go into third gear.
Okay.
So you weren't supposed to drive it over 45 miles an hour, but he would just take it on
But
the
you
highway.
could pile everybody in that thing.
Wait, you couldn't get out of second?
You couldn't get out of second gear. So they told him, like, the car will operate up until 45 miles an hour. And we were
Oh, you
like
can
idiots.
smell that transmission fluid.
Bro, he would give us a ride to school every day, and we would hit 390, and it was just like,
Yeah,
it was like 2001: A Space Odyssey,
Yeah.
like the thing's shaking,
It's
right?
like driving with your emergency brake on.
Exactly.
One friend had one with a seat missing, so there's just a bucket there. So you sat on the bucket. Literal bucket seat.
And like Kimmy, you always had one friend that had like a really, really big house, nice house.
The rich kid.
Well, yeah, exactly, right. And like if that kid was like, if you had nothing going on that day, hey man, we're raiding your parents' fridge, we're hanging out at your
All
house.
the cold cuts.
You got a drum set, and you get pissed because he's sick of the drum set because he's a spoiled brat. But I don't care. I don't have a drum set. I'm playing the hell out of your drum set. Man, those were the days.
The good old days.
God, like you can't even replicate it. There's nothing you can do. Right? Like, there isn't a day where, like, if my wife and kids were out of town, like, when the show ended, but, hey, man, you want to go do go-karts? Like,
Well, and you wouldn't want that for your kid either. Like, you wouldn't let your daughter file into an empty minivan with buckets as seats.
Absolutely not.
It's cool, though, but you'll be able to relate to your kids because you went through that, too.
Okay.
Like, my parents had no concept of that because they were so goddamn old.
Really?
From, like, it was the 1930s,
Yeah.
man. But they literally just had buckets that they ate out of.
You had to all pile onto one horse.
Like, so they didn't get like, oh, what the hell's going on? What do you mean? Like, they couldn't wrap their head around anything, man.
Did you guys do the water balloon fight in the parking lot at the end of every year?
There was always some kind of stuff like that went on. Squirt guns.
Gotcha.
Stuff like that. It was usually like the seniors, though.
Yeah.
You know, like doing their big
You don't want
celebration.
dicks filling condoms, man.
No, nobody was.
Somebody's getting pelted with a Trojan right in the face, and not in a good way.
How are we being
Okay, that
pelted
was
in the
w-
face with a Trojan?
By the
beam?
way,
Well,
that
there'd
would
be
have
a
been
little
way more expensive than water balloons.
Yeah, she's
Yeah,
right.
but the thought of hitting somebody in the face with a fully loaded up condom would be hysterical.
Bro, you couldn't lift it. It would be
Why
too
did your
heavy.
mind go there?
Oh, I can lift it.
How would you know you couldn't? You couldn't
They used to call me Tommy Magnum.
because you were able to lift big penises?
No, I had a big penis that I had to lift.
How would you? That's not where you're going.
That's what I'm
No,
saying.
we're going at all. Big old penis lifter, Tommy Mulay. The power penis lifter, they called him. Man, I'm just going to sit here, tell you what, you guys do the show. I'm just going to sit here and reminisce about summer afternoons when I was 16, 17, 18 years old, just doing, oh, man. And then, like, as we're coming into summer here, right, like having that teenage job and you were done at like 7, 8, 9 o'clock at night and then just the
Bonfire
night.
time.
Bonfires, going out and hanging out in the woods, going down by the beach, right? Like no
Burn
response.
some picnic tables. Maybe steal a Kia.
Go in something on picnic tables.
Steal a Kia, head to the beach and burn some furniture, man.
Man, you're 100% right, man. Like, youth is wasted on the young.
It is.
These kids don't understand how good they have it, and we didn't understand how good we had it. Like, there's no
And your
way.
daughters will
No.
also not
You-
understand it because you can't explain it. You
You're
can't
right.
explain an experience.
You're
You
right,
didn't
baby.
realize that one day you were going to go out and do that and it would be your last day.
That's the saddest thing you've ever said.
Isn't it sad to think about? The last, like, post-work bonfire.
Yeah, you're right. There was one last day where you had no responsibility and the world was your oyster, and you had no idea that was going to
And
happen.
you thought, like, man, I'm going to get an apartment and a cool car. I'm going to get drunk every night. Some cool job where I don't have to work.
Yep. I mean, you nailed that.
Yeah, it took me a while.
You know, now that I'm thinking about it too, the funniest part about that age, right? That after you graduated high school, before like college was supposed to start, if you did go to college, right? Those nights you would like have parties all night long, and you'd all like be sitting in the backyard around a fire or like on a deck
Because it
somewhere.
seemed like parents kind of stopped caring at that point.
Well, yeah, because like
They're
it
done.
It
They
is
were
that
like, I don't
weird-
care about the high school stuff anymore, so, you're still underage, but do whatever you want,
But
kid.
it's that weird transition because there's that idea,
Yeah.
at least there was when we were kids, like you're going to be adults in
Yeah.
college in a couple weeks anyway, so what the hell to deal with it?
Right.
But like between like 2 and 4 in the morning, we were the smartest people on the planet. Like we would sit, you know what I mean? Like you'd sit in those chairs and you'd be like, well, let me tell you about the world, man.
Right, you're mapping out your future.
Yeah,
And,
what your
yeah,
plans were.
And if we could just do this, man, people would just be like, man, life's not hard at all, man. We got it all figured out, man. My parents don't know nothing about nothing.
Like, I wonder what your daughters think, like, what the future looks like for them.
It's a good question.
Like the fake future in their minds that's never going to happen. that one you sit and talk about.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question.
It would be surprising to see what they say.
Like, my 11-year-old has her life mapped out right now. If you ask my 13-year-old what she wants to do,
But it's all fun.
Yeah, I think. But like,
they all say the future is fun.
I was a depressed kid though. Like I figured things out, but I knew it wasn't gonna. Like, I was the one kid who knew, like, ain't gonna happen. I'm gonna get a job, basically like $40,000 a year. I'm gonna work with my hands, and everything worked out. It was great, but like, you know. All right, we have a dynamite. Life doesn't get any better kind of break room for you this morning here on CMF. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, we're about to bitch it out, buddy.
That's right. We got a Bitch Voice Theater coming at you just after 7 o'clock. Also just after 7. Divorce is not easy for the people that go through it.
Oh, no.
Divorce can also be hard for the friends and family members of the folks going through that divorce. But Kimmy has stumbled upon what might be the most uncomfortable situation.
Oh.
Because would you say you know these people well?
I don't know anything about these people other than like seeing them go in and out of their house.
Have you had conversations with these people?
Maybe like 2 times, and it was just like kind of a friendly hello, goodbye situation.
Oh, these are neighbor folk.
Oh, yeah. And you believe something is happening at that house.
Based on like 2 clues, I think that we can definitely tell what's going on.
But
like why they're breaking up?
Well, if they're breaking up at all.
Oh.
Yeah.
But you can't be sure.
I can't be sure.
But
and
it's something you do have to know based on how close you live to these people.
Yeah.
Because when someone in your neighborhood gets a divorce, there's no manual as to how to handle it.
Oh, true.
We'll get to that, plus a whole bunch more here in the break room on CMF. But first, Tommy. Marijuana now has been recreationally legal in the state of New York for what, 2.5, 3 years?
Seems like it.
Something like that.
Yeah.
So in New York, we know it's popular. But nationally, for the first time in American history.
Yes.
Did you see this story?
I did. I was kind of shocked, but then I'm thinking, well, is everybody telling the truth here?
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. So here's the thing. I don't know if this is surprising. It's definitely unexpected. Like when you don't expect to be coming back in to do a break, except that's your job and your microphone.
I got wrapped up.
Headphones.
Literally.
Because for decades, what you did legally to unwind in this country was one thing.
Mm-hmm.
But now that things are changing, you're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 6:45 this morning. You want to believe that your house is safe, that anything on your property won't be messed with. And, we've always said if you lock your doors, odds that you get ripped off are almost nothing.
Yeah, it goes way down.
But see, almost. Because there's one person, it seems, did all the right things.
And
woke up to find this in their driveway. And we'll tell you the story just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. For the first time in recorded American history, daily marijuana use has passed daily drinking use in the United States.
Damn.
So now, by the way that that's written as a headline is slightly misleading. There are still way more alcohol consumers in America than there are marijuana consumers. However, the folks that are using marijuana are using it, according to this study, a hell of a lot more. It is estimated that 17.7 million Americans are using marijuana on a daily basis, compared to 14.7 million daily drinkers in the United States. Is that surprising to you?
I don't believe it.
What don't you believe?
I believe that the people smoking pot are being honest.
Okay.
I think the people that say, I don't drink every day, are lying their asses off.
So you think there are... Okay, if I had to ask you, so the number we have is 14.7 million daily alcohol drinkers. What do you think that number actually is?
Oh, you could triple that, bro.
But like daily, though.
That's a third of the country.
We find every reason in the world to drink. Any holiday or put national in front of it, somebody's cracking one open. You have country music that's just dedicated to drinking.
Every time.
And it's the most popular music.
Every time we talk about drinking.
They're usually on like a boat or enjoying themselves on a Saturday.
Or they're a little bit chicken fried.
But you always accuse me of lying about drinking, and you're right. And so are the rest of the drink. My old man used to lie about drinking.
No, look. I get what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
But I would make the argument that drinking every day, that's a hell of a commitment.
Yeah.
No, most people have a cocktail at dinner. They might have a beer at dinner. They might have wine at dinner.
I think fewer people than you think do that, and I feel like you want to believe that because it justifies what you do.
Better.
What do I do?
I mean, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. How many people listening to this show are actually daily drinkers?
Right, because I know heavy drinkers that don't drink every day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, they'll tie it on the weekends, but I don't know if on a Monday night, when they got to take their kids to and from soccer practice, if they're, lining up the beers afterwards.
And I think that there are plenty of daily drinkers that don't qualify as heavy drinkers because if you have a beer with dinner, a glass of wine, a glass of
But you're
scotch,
drinking on a regular basis.
You are. Now, that's a daily drinker, but I don't consider that person a heavy drinker. Is that a heavy drinker?
Probably
glasses?
not.
7 drinks a week? Well, you don't want it to be. Again, no.
Very moderate.
No.
So good restraint.
Kimmy, are you surprised by these, what Tommy says, fake news numbers that 17.7 million people are using marijuana on a daily basis compared to 14.7 million daily alcohol drinkers?
No, I would think I feel like the people that use marijuana every day, like I don't know if they look at it, well, I guess you can make the same argument for drinking. I don't know if they look at it as like I'm trying to, get a buzz. It's like some people use it to like function throughout the day.
Okay.
But I guess you could make the same argument for somebody who just enjoys a beer every day. So I don't know.
And now, if these numbers are correct, because every time I cite it, you're going to be like, whoa, I still don't believe. If these numbers are correct.
Okay, well, I'm going to play your game.
What makes... I didn't do this study. What makes this more remarkable?
What's that?
There are still, Tommy, plenty of states where recreational marijuana is not legal.
Right. But those people probably have just been smoking like that. We know guys that burn every day.
100%.
For 50 years.
Yes, I'm not being naive. I understand
haven't heard from them in a while. Good God.
I understand that there are still people using it. But that is a barrier where getting a 6-pack or a bottle of wine, that barrier does not exist in those other states, right? That makes this a little more surprising that there's that much dedication on a daily basis, if these numbers are true, compared to alcohol. So I'll ask this question.
What's that?
With the information now that there are more daily marijuana users than daily drinkers in the United States, is that a good or a bad thing for this country?
I don't think it's a bad thing.
So it's a good thing?
Yeah.
Why?
I mean, people want to relax. At the end of their day, they're stressed out. You need some kind of escape. for 5 minutes and way to chill.
Okay. But
Right.
people have made that argument with alcohol for years, and with alcohol comes a laundry list of potential health issues.
Well,
Same with marijuana. I
yeah,
mean,
but alcohol is a depressant.
okay.
And some people, I don't know anybody, I've never seen anybody smoke a joint and switch.
Oh, like switch their
Personality.
personality?
Okay.
Yeah, my mother's personality flipped. It was like throwing a light switch. And it was a depressant. And she became this moody sea bag.
It's
Like
your
you couldn't
mom,
deal
man.
with it.
It's your mother. It is your mother.
Your mother could be a moody sea bag and you can still love her.
One of the worst 70s bands of all the Moody Seabags.
Oh, yeah, they were the cover band.
Seabags and white satin.
Stay away from that bitch. She's had too much whiskey.
Kimmy has no idea what song we're doing. By the way.
We play it on the radio.
I know. Kimmy doesn't listen to the music.
No, but I don't think marijuana makes you flip or switch. Because they used to say sometimes, like, Johnny Carson was a bad drunk. And all his wives said the same thing. You went out with one Johnny and you came home with a completely different Johnny.
So you would say that a nation of marijuana consumers is better than a nation of alcohol drinkers?
Look at the body count of alcohol compared to the body count of marijuana. It's not even close, man.
Okay.
I mean, you say
It's Grenada and Vietnam. You want to count the numbers.
Man, that is a really disturbing way to start a Thursday morning, man. There was a much better way to put that.
Well, I'm watching Below Deck and they're in Grenada right now. But they really turned that island around.
Kimmy doesn't even know the whole Grenada situation. She doesn't know the Moody Blues. She doesn't know Grenada. Kimmy's just lost this morning.
I will say, I mean, you say people that use marijuana don't switch, but I do think that there are people that it affects people differently. Like there are some people that can function and you wouldn't even know they're high. Like I could not do that on a daily basis
CMF
because
people?
I'd be asleep in this chair. It just makes me tired and lazy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, not like every day. Shut up. I'm so sick of you guys.
I don't know what
lazy
Grenada
every
is.
day.
Shut up. You said you're the laziest person you know.
Well, yeah, but that's not because of marijuana. But yeah, I do think that affects people differently, for sure.
Well, no, I mean, I guess to Tommy's point, and maybe I'm being naive here. Like, I've never had a friend that got high and wanted to fight me.
No,
Or
no.
I've had plenty of friends that got drunk and
aggressive-wise.
wanted
Yeah,
to
just
fight.
the
No.
personality changes. It's amazing to see the chemical thing happen in a human being when they drink
Yeah.
alcohol and how it changes them.
Well, no-
Like it's not even the same person standing there.
But to Kimmy's point, I mean, there are personality changes in marijuana too. Like, I mean, you're right. I knew people that
I
would
don't
get
think
high
they're
and just be
frightening.
like, ugh.
But that's not frightening.
Okay.
Like alcohol, when it changes you, is frightening. It's way more dangerous.
252 WCMF,
Oh, what a
252
drink.
263. This study that shows up yesterday, for the first time in American history, according to these numbers, there are more daily marijuana users than alcohol users. Again, there are way more drinkers still in America, but it's estimated that 17.7 million people are using marijuana on a daily basis compared to 14.7 million daily alcohol drinkers, a number that Tommy has just decided is fake. The most interesting part of this study,
What's up?
and it has to do with the use of marijuana. You ready for this?
What's up?
Between 1992 and 2022, so that's 30 years,
Yeah.
the daily use of pot in the United States has increased 15-fold.
Wow.
It is 15 times higher now, the amount of people using marijuana on a daily basis, than when Bush 1 was leaving office.
Wow.
15 times. Great job, DARE program.
Or war on drugs.
We lost. Send up the white flag. Bring in the helicopters. Get out of Grenada. It's all over.
I wonder why.
I mean, there's access to it. You can talk about that.
You
There's
could
other ways
argue-
to consume it now, too.
That's another great point.
True. But I would think like that would have really
butter?
increased it within the last like few years, not the last like couple decades.
Well, no, that could have been the case where it just all of a sudden skyrocketed
Oh
in the
yeah.
last 5
Okay,
or
I see what you're
10.
saying. That would make sense then.
But I mean, it
Yeah.
could also be changing ideas. Now, what's funny about this is 4 in 10 Americans still believe, and 4 in 10 New Yorkers as well, still believe that marijuana should be illegal, right? So for that to increase 15 times since 1992, those numbers don't really make sense.
Right.
That 60% of the country could have that much of an effect on how much we're using marijuana, and 17 million people are using it on a daily basis.
But we also know very conservative people that are anti-everything. They get high every day.
Yeah, but they're not anti-marijuana.
But they kind of are out in public, but they burn in private.
Oh, you mean like a guy who says like you should be able to smoke marijuana whenever you want, and I have no problem with it, and they should roll it out completely, and then they turn around and say if they saw their friend in line at a dispensary, they would judge the hell
Absolutely.
out of them.
Absolutely. Those kind of guys.
Something like that.
Yeah. Terrible people.
252 WCMF 252-9263. We've been rambling. Let's take one call.
All right.
Before we move on. Jamie's on CMF. Hey, Jamie. How are you, buddy?
Good morning. How are you?
Good.
Oh,
What's
Lady
up?
Jamie.
Lady Jamie. I'm sorry. I assumed you were a gentleman. That was my fault. How you doing, Jamie?
That's all right. I'm great. I just wondered if you guys thought that maybe the statistics are a little skewed, considering it's only been legal for a short time. Now I know people were using it before, clearly, but maybe they just weren't reporting it as readily. So
you're saying that it's the daily marijuana use has always been that high? Now people are just comfortable admitting that they're using it.
Maybe not quite as high, because there's a lot of people that just because it was illegal, I think probably wouldn't try it. Like, for example, a mother-in-law a particular one that shall remain nameless, maybe would not have tried it in the past, and now, oh, it's legal now, I can try it.
No,
so,
I mean, I think that's a valid point. I mean, I think there's...
It took the risk out of it.
I think there's also the idea that with it hitting the scene in New York and other states where it just became legal, like daily, it's a new exciting thing. So maybe you're
there's
more
no stigma to it anymore.
But maybe you're more likely to use it on a daily basis because it's exciting. It's like when you get, you got your Blackstone, so you're going to use it every day until you get bored with it.
Yeah.
I mean, Jamie, are you someone that may or may not imbibe in marijuana use?
So I dabble here and there. I actually use sleep gummies, and I will say they're fantastic. I've used prescription medication for sleeping in the past, and the gummies work hands down better with way fewer side effects and random walking around like a zombie without remembering things. So
especially date night.
So would you consider yourself a daily user then, Jamie?
I would say yes.
Okay, so there you go. And that's just her using it to go to sleep.
I didn't even
the
think
story
about,
she's going with.
I actually didn't even think about that factor, though, because if you're that could no, you could consider that a daily use.
Well, it is,
yeah. Jamie, thank you so much for the call. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Have a great day, guys.
All right, there goes super high Jamie. Yeah, just for sleep, man. No, I swear to God, I just gotta catch a nap.
Mother's little helper.
There's this belief that if you lock your car, lock your doors, you won't be a victim of
crime.
crime.
I mean, you cut the risk.
Yeah, and well, look, 99% of the time, nothing's going to happen to you.
But you said something showed up at somebody's driveway?
Well, there's still that 1%, Tommy, because this person, it sounds like, did everything right.
But it showed up in the driveway.
Yeah, well, it's what showed up and what wasn't there when they got up.
What
Car
the
was
hell
still
is
there.
that?
Car was still there.
Well, what the hell was gone?
Well, it was what was on the car that, bro, this poor person. Because, not only do you never see this coming, and not only would it be super frustrating, but even getting this fixed is way harder than you think. God. And we'll tell you the story next here at the Break Room on 96.5 WCMF. People want to believe that your home is safe from crime.
Yeah, well, sure.
And most of the time it is. But every once in a while, we'll see neighborhoods that think nothing could ever happen to them deal with something like this. And worse than the actual crime is what this person woke up to find in their own
This sounds
driveway.
gross.
It's not gross.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room. It's just Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 7 o'clock. It's Thursday. You know what that means.
We going to bitch it out, buddy.
That's right. We got a Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And divorce is tough for everybody. It's tough on the people that surround the couple, friends and family.
Oh, yeah.
But one type of person that you never talk about might have it the hardest, because when you live next to somebody in your neighborhood that may or may not be going through a split,
Yeah.
what do you do?
Oh.
And how do you figure out? And what are you supposed to say? And we'll get into it. Just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. The story comes to us from Chile, Union Street to be specific.
Okay.
At some time between the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m., someone walked up a driveway and stole stuff from a 2022 GMC Yukon.
Oh, nice car.
Yeah. So the good news, sounds like the person who owns the car kept it locked and didn't have any valuables inside of the car. There are no reports of anything inside of the car being stolen.
So what'd they do?
Police say the thief stole all the tires and rims off the
Wait,
SUV.
they took the tires?
and the rims.
So they put it up on blocks?
When the owner of the car got up, they found their rimless SUV up on blocks in their driveway. In their driveway.
I can't imagine what the
Amazing.
tires for that car cost.
How long?
That's got to be almost $2,500 just in tires. And then the rims.
I thought it might be more. I was going to say the rims.
I just bought tires and it was $800 on a regular car.
Ooh, fancy.
But think of like that car.
Yeah.
And the rims.
Bro, that's what
so
I'm saying.
you could be 2G.
I would have thought more than 2,500. I think 3-4G, but I could be wrong. 252 WCMF.
How long would that take you to do?
So that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Like
here.
how?
They're probably pros.
Yeah, but even if they were pros, I mean, what's the average length of time it would take you to take all that stuff off?
I mean,
a
these
car?
guys could be like NASCAR dudes. Like they got it down. Like where they practice.
We don't even know if it was multiple people, do we?
It would have to be multiple people. You would have to have.
Does it say?
No, it doesn't. Well, no, they don't have any suspects in this story. The guy just woke up to find his GMC.
And he was quiet.
Yes, yes.
So
Right, that's
he's
what I mean.
good at this. Like, it's
Yeah.
one thing. Like I'm dropping a wrench over here, and I'm dropping the crowbar. Like you got to be deathly silent.
But let's talk about the tools you would need here. And again, the phone number is 252-WCMF. If we are missing something here that would make this much easier, please tell us, because, we're not car people. You would need a jack.
But you need one of those fancy ones that lifts the entire car up quickly.
Or you just go at 1111.
That takes too much time. You need one of them hydraulic ones that picks up the whole car,
All right, so
like a mechanic has.
Well, but who's got that on the back of their
A
car?
pro or a mechanic
what's
that is also looking to make some money.
But they're driving around with a truck. You would hear that truck backing into somebody's driveway.
You'd have to be good.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's
No,
why
yeah,
I think it's a
they do.
hand jack. And you know all about hand jacking. Isn't that how you got most of your work when you're on the road? Hand jacking.
Jacking by hand.
You were jacking hands, buddy. No, man, I'm telling you, if you brought in like a hydraulic lift off the back of a car,
It's not it's not that.
What is
It's
it?
on wheels. They can just wheel it underneath there and pump it up.
oh,
and
they
pull.
crank it?
Yeah, you know how to crank it, right? You've been cranking every Saturday night for years. Aren't you a Saturday night hand specialist?
I just did that joke. It's the same joke.
I think these pros, these guys have got to be semi-pro.
Okay, wait a minute. Explain to me how this jack would work if it doesn't make any noise. So it's
It rolls up. You roll it underneath the car.
and I have enough power in
It's
the
hydraulic.
hand. Okay.
It's hydraulic, and they can pump it up and lift the entire car up quick. Pull all four tires up, put the blocks on, and you're gone. They're probably. I bet you these guys practice like NASCAR and like Formula One.
Okay, but here's the thing, man. If that's a real thing, then how come we don't hear about cars being up on blocks all the time? I haven't heard a story
It's
like this.
summertime, man. Maybe it's starting up.
So this is the first one. They've been practicing it. This was their rollout summertime block thing.
Mm-hmm. Block party, got cars on blocks.
The other part of this we haven't considered.
Yeah.
All right, well, here we go. 252-WCMF, 252-9260. There are some people that know better than we do.
You're gonna get every Johnny Goodwrench calling it.
That's what, yeah, but they know better than we
Right.
do.
No, you're gonna
They
get
have more
17 different
information.
opinions.
Okay. As opposed to man who thinks these are pros,
They
man.
wheel
They
it
come
up.
in. They probably took a day off of doing Formula One stuff and drove up to Rochester
practice.
to steal 4 Yukon Denali or Yukon trucks. 252-WCMF again out in Chile. Somebody woke up to find in their driveway their 2022 GMC Yukon up on blocks, their rims and tires stolen. Abe, that's a good mechanic name.
Okay.
He's on CMF. Hey, Abe, how are you, buddy?
Hey, man. Yeah, I work right down the road from where that happened, and I work at an automobile repair shop. And
Oh, do you? What were you doing that? What were you doing that night, Abe? What were you doing over there?
I was sleeping.
I bet you were,
got
Abe.
back from the bar.
So go ahead, buddy. I'm
But
sorry.
we priced out those rims, and if he's got aftermarket, he could be spending upwards $1,500 a rim.
Holy!
And
A
then
rim?
a rim, and then tires for that are probably easily $275,
Wow.
$250, $300 a tire.
So you're
I
7, 8
mean,
G's
yeah,
in, man. Holy crap.
Damn, that's ice.
hope he's got good insurance.
So, Abe, let me ask you a question. How does it has to be more than one person, right? This isn't a one-person job.
You would imagine.
So how does somebody between the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. quietly get in and steal all 4 of those rims without anybody in that house hearing
anything.
Well, I think Tommy alluded to it. You know, he's probably got a roll-up jack, just jacks it up, puts the cinder block under it, probably got a tire iron because you're not using power tools at that time. So he probably just spun the lugs off, and maybe they didn't have like the locking nut on it. So
Pat's got
I
one
don't
of
know.
those.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
your mom's
bet you
around.
do.
It's wide open then, unlocked and flowing, buddy.
But yeah, I mean, he could easily do it. I'd say it probably would take a couple people, maybe an hour to do that.
An hour? So that's a long time, Abe, where you have the potential of getting caught in somebody's driveway.
Well, I mean, like I said, if he's got those aftermarket rims and they're worth, $2,000 a rim, then it's definitely worth the time, I guess.
Whew. Abe, thanks for the call, brother. I really appreciate
Hey,
it.
Al, you guys have a good day.
You too. There goes Abe. He
God
definitely stole
damn.
those rims. He definitely stole those
Well, he
rims.
knows how to.
He says he lives down the road. He knew exactly what they cost. The police should go knock on Abe's door right now. Not so honest, Abe, Tommy.
Yeah.
I see you guys on hold. Sit tight. Think about this, man.
What's up?
This person probably woke up to go to work
Oh, my God.
and found their car like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? Like, I mean, how you don't
You
look,
you may not even notice it at first.
well, you would notice
No,
it.
like how many times you get out and look at your car? Like I just get in my car. I might get in my car,
Get in your car without noticing there were any tires.
You look
on it?
your car up and down.
I think I would notice.
I don't think you would. If it's at the same level, I think I'm getting in that car, backing it up, not going anywhere.
No, you would go.
No, just spinning.
No, it would move off of the cinder blocks.
No, it wouldn't go anywhere.
No, those would still spin.
No, there's no rims.
No, but there's the rotor would turn.
No,
How
but
do you
it's
think
up.
the
It's
rims
off.
turn?
It's off the ground.
The wheels on the bus go round and round, and when the wheels get stolen, the rotors turn too.
The rotors aren't touching the ground.
No, but they'd be touching the cinder block.
Yeah.
No, the cinder block is not there. It's underneath the car.
No, I thought they'd be up on the rotors.
No, they get up underneath the car in a chassis.
No, that's not how you block it. You
Yes,
block
it
it
is.
on the rotor.
When you see a car up on blocks,
It's
it's,
on-
under the
no,
car.
it's on the rotor. Oh man, wait, we can settle this
Bro,
right now.
you lived in Gates, man. Half those cars were on blocks.
Yeah, so wouldn't I know?
Apparently not.
252
Dumbass.
WCMF. Aaron's going to tell us right now. He's on CMF. Aaron, if a car's up on cinder blocks, is it on the chassis or is it on the rotors?
It's not on the rotors. It's underneath the frame.
So Aaron doesn't
The
even know what he's
chassis.
talking about. Aaron's an idiot too. Everybody's
Yeah.
stupid but me.
But I think somebody could get into the driveway because now they have the tools where there's battery operated impacts and they're pretty quiet. You know what I mean? And people can sneak in and out because you're not taking tires off with a tire iron. It's going to take you too long. Somebody will eventually catch you.
Okay, give me
So
your
they're
then
using a battery operated tool.
to put the
Zip them off.
Possible.
to put the
There's
cinder
impacts
blocks on
out
the
there that
rotors.
are
Yes.
There's impacts that are out there that are battery operated that can take tires on and off no problem, like a pneumatic gun, and they're a little bit quieter.
Pneumatic gun, bro. That's what I said.
So Aaron, in your estimation, how long could somebody as an individual get this done? How long would it take?
An individual could probably take 4 tires off in probably 30 minutes in one person.
That's still a long time.
It
man.
is.
That's a huge
And not
risk.
drop
I don't know.
anything.
I
In
don't
the
know how
dark.
anybody didn't get caught. That seems impossible.
I love Aaron, and despite the fact that he doesn't know about rotors. Aaron, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Because you'd also need a light, right, to see. So I wonder if they had like one of those
Yeah,
like joggers. They have that like
headlamps.
miner's cap thing on at night.
But that would be noticeable too,
Right.
Because that light
You're
would be
just
flashing in people's
attracting-
windows.
Yeah.
How hard do you think it is to get 4 new rims for a truck like that?
How hard?
Well, like walk through this with me, okay? Like first of all,
They
how
have-
would,
yeah.
how would you even fix it? Because they would have to send the 4 rims with the tires on it to
Somebody
your
would
house.
have to come
Right,
over and do
yeah,
it.
you'd have to get somebody to lift the car up and do it.
But then you would have to
That
take
sounds
it.
really inexpensive.
But then you would have to take it back to the shop to get everything balanced, right? Because you're putting 4 new tires and rims on. And so it would have to get taken care of in your driveway, then brought back to the shop.
You got to drive it back to the shop.
But could you drive it because it's not balanced?
Oh, maybe.
I don't know how much.
Listen, bro, you and I drove cars that definitely weren't balanced and we lived.
Get it towed.
This is a Yukon. Like, I'm not going to mess with this thing. So, like, it would suck to have,
all right, so you tow it.
I don't know. Would you? I'm at 252 WCMF.
Put it on a flatbed and take it back. I don't know.
Because you couldn't even get it on the flatbed without the rims, right? That would be impossible.
Right.
There wouldn't
you
be
got to put the tires on.
Oh, man.
Put it on the flatbed. That's got to cost you what? Well, he's saying, what did he say? $1,500 a rim
that's not with the
plus
tires.
the tire.
You could be 7-8 G's into this thing.
Oh God.
Poor
guy.
And you're waiting on insurance too. Your car is inoperable. It do not have tire. No, don't have rim.
You can't make that work.
You know what I mean? You can't even put 4 donuts on a Yukon, GMC Yukon. A man who knows a lot about car parts.
Oh, okay.
Ben's on CMF. Hey, Ben, how are you, buddy?
How you doing, guys?
Good. Thank God you called.
Guys are so dumb. All right, so check this out. I went on eBay, or I hate to say this, you could call up Wilbert's Wheel and Tire Place over in Ontario.
Okay.
They'll get you a set of wheels for that vehicle, because that's what they have is mostly GM vehicles. They will balance them there on their wheel balancer, and then you can have them deliver them to you, and then just put them back on, and you're fine.
Okay, so I don't have to take the car to get it.
So they balance them, then they put them on.
Here's how stupid I am.
No.
I thought that they were balancing the wheels like on the car when they balance my wheels.
I did too.
Okay,
no.
Right,
no. Also, the cinder blocks go underneath the vehicle on the frame.
Yeah, see, even Ben's stupid. Like, nobody knows how this works. How am I the only person
Pat
that knows
only
how this
puts them
works?
on the drum.
Ben, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. There goes Ben. I know we know who didn't do this.
Who's that? Yeah, probably not.
252 WCMF 252-9263. All right. They say the easiest way to find a criminal is to talk to a criminal.
All right.
And I don't know who's a criminal or what.
What?
But, the people that have the most information about this stuff may be a little suspicious. Sam's on CMF. Hey, Sam, how are you, buddy?
I'm good. How are you?
Was this Sammy Swipes?
What do you got, man?
Listen, I'm just listening to you guys talk about this whole deal with the tires coming off the car and everything. And literally, that's all you got to do. You got to spin the lug nuts off, jack the truck up, drop it on blocks, the tires come off. It's 10 minutes. You're in and out.
So we've gone from an hour to 10 minutes. And I think he's right.
You think he's right because he's talking a certain way. He talks a little more smooth than the rest of the guys.
Right. And when you watch those NASCAR guys, they get that tire off in like 2 seconds.
Yeah, those guys do that for a living.
Apparently so does this guy. He's making $8,000 a night.
Hey, Sammy, let me ask you a question, buddy.
Sammy Swipes?
How you know this, Sammy? Sam? Did we lose Sam?
Where's the last one?
Sam?
Yeah, listen, just 10 minutes. That man could be in and out.
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
All right, Sam. Thanks for the story, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. That dude stole these tires. We have 2 suspects, and they both called the show this morning. All right, let's take a break. It's Thursday. You know what that means.
Oh, let's start bitching out. Good luck, buddy.
We got a bitch
Got
voice
nothing
theater.
to work with today.
Bitch voice theater coming at you. And a divorce in your life is tough.
Yeah.
Right? If it happens to you, it's the hardest. If it's a friend or a family member, it's also very uncomfortable. You don't know what to do or say. But Kimmy has just discovered there is a very awkward situation. Someone you hardly know, but see on a daily basis that might be the hardest. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Relationships are hard.
Oh, yeah, it's work.
Marriages don't always work out.
No, they don't.
And going through a divorce can be brutal for the folks involved. They can also be hard for the folks watching from the outside. And it turns out, Tommy, not just the friends and the family people have, but the folks that look out your window and see your front door. Because someone in this room is convinced that something is going on across the street. And if it is, things are about to get super awkward.
Wow.
You're hanging out in the break room. Monsters Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second, but it's Thursday.
Yeah, what's going on, buddy?
When you want to hurt someone in this room, you can't call them short or stupid or ask why they're wearing Prince's socks underneath a postman's uniform pants. What are you wearing? What are you wearing?
Are those new pants?
Yeah.
You look like a postman today.
I bought him on vacation.
Hey, Mr. Postman. Oh, with your Prince socks.
I was going to wear my new shoes today, but I didn't.
Will you say to Kimmy the sentence you told me off mic this morning?
Oh.
I was going to wear those new shoes I was telling you about.
I don't remember which ones.
We talked.
Yes,
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
But
It's too gritty outside.
Too gritty?
Yeah, you got it. You still got that winter grit outside. I want to mess them up.
that's a real thing he said. I was going to wear my new shoes.
When
Bro,
does
you
the-
got sneakers
wait,
you don't
wait.
wear at certain times of the year.
When
You
does
want-
the grit go away? It seems pretty dry and sunny
no,
outside.
washes and
Okay,
cleans
all
it
right.
up.
Okay.
Clean the streets up. I don't like city grit on my shoes.
You got to really hurt someone. Something along the lines of.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I'm going to go out and steal tires at night, but I'm going to do it old school. I'm going to grab my little jack and my flashlight and my tool set because I'm just going to be a hand-jacking little bitch.
Oh, I'm handjacking all the time, buddy.
That's what I hear, son, especially on the west side. Here you make $8,000 a night.
That's how
Is that even trying?
Bro, if I could make $8,000 a night, I'd be good. Quit this job.
What
right
are you
now.
waiting for?
We take all your bitch voices, we run it back for me. Call Bitch Voice Theater happens now. CMF.
The Break Room now presents Bitch Voice Theater, starring Thomas Muley and accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
I can't say because it gets delayed.
I don't want to say what the repercussions was because I'm scared to get delayed, bitch ass little bitch.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I look like a Little League coach that's sponsored by a meth lab because today I'm just a Little League meth coaching little bitch.
You've bought a pine tree before?
I purchased pine trees and put them in my yard. Purchased them. Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I want to be first floor daddy. My rules, you get out of my house. That's the way it works around my house. I'm first floor daddy.
That's right.
Bitch.
Oh, you do this to Kimmy?
No,
Go
I
ahead.
can't.
No, go ahead.
Legally, I cannot.
Oh, my name's Tommy, and I got great kiosk jokes, and I didn't realize it until Kimmy set it up, and I tried to take it, and I blew it because I'm a scared-ass nut kiosk game, little bitch.
My kiosk is for men only. Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I don't want to go outside. I want to sit on my couch because I hear there's little stinks and they'll bite me out there. So I'm going to be a little couch turd because I'm just a couch turd set little boy with my kettlebell. I ain't thinking of no 38-year-old man.
Oh, my name's Tommy, and I'm scared of a 38-year-old man getting in my car that I don't know because I can't defend myself because I'm scared.
You're going to get...
And that concludes this rendition of Bitch Voice Theater.
So Kimmy might have some drama going on in her neighborhood.
Yeah.
What's going on?
So we have neighbors kind of diagonal, across the street from us.
All right.
So they're not direct neighbors, but they're neighbors that you see enough where you kind of can figure out what's going on.
They're in the zone.
Yeah, they're in the zone. So it's a younger couple, and they've lived together ever since we moved in. So I don't know technically if they're married, but they're definitely together, and they have been for a couple years now.
Okay.
So lately, we've noticed that his car hasn't been around.
Ooh.
So it's just been her in and out of the house.
All right. Well, he could be traveling or something.
Maybe,
right?
yeah, But then she did something the last garbage day that kind of solidified there's a breakup happening. Because she put at the curb, it was a folding table,
Okay.
a basketball hoop,
Oh, he's done.
and a yard game.
Oh, he's out.
And
He's
I
out.
go, that is it. He's out. He's gone.
All his stupid
She's
crap.
throwing his crap from the garage out.
His busted-ass poker table.
And that was when I knew that this couple is no longer together.
Yeah, she's absolutely
He's
right.
gone.
Okay.
All the stuff women don't want in the house to begin with.
I mean, it does kind of seem like a pretty big tell that the relationship is over. I mean, but you're still not sure that the relationship is over.
Not 100%, but I'm gonna say that the signs are there.
Okay, are these people you interact with at all or no?
So, my husband's talked to the guy that lived there, but briefly, just like a hello. We don't know their names. Put it that way.
But you will wave.
But we wave. We say hi
Yeah.
when we're in and out.
Okay.
Standard neighbor crap.
Yeah.
So if this is a divorce, a breakup, whatever, this is more complicated than you think. And I'll ask this question. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. What are your responsibilities when someone in your neighborhood is going through a divorce, a breakup like this? Because, Tommy, it can get super awkward.
Oh, yeah.
And depending on how close you are with that neighbor, you need to know what's going on.
Yeah.
But you don't need to know what's going on.
Straight up ask that. Like, especially.
But you're also getting a front row seat, Kimmy, to everything that's happening.
Exactly. But we don't. It would be weird. I never go out of my way to talk to this person, and now all of a sudden I do because I want to know if you got a divorce or you broke up.
But you don't have to. Like, don't you have a neighbor you do talk to?
Yes.
Get your information. They're probably watching the same stuff too.
To your point, there is always one or two people that know all about everybody.
That's where I would go.
We haven't run into that person yet, but I'm sure once we do, we will get all the details.
Okay, but even with that second person, Tom,
Yeah.
Okay, because you've done divorce so much that the next divorce, it's a free on the punch card.
Yeah.
Like when you go through a divorce, you have to make an announcement to certain people. You tell family, you tell friends.
Yeah.
And although that can be uncomfortable, if you are the person getting that announcement, right? Like you're on the receiving end of that, you can be like, oh, man, that's too bad. You can ask questions, try and make them feel better.
Right.
And now you're in the loop. When it happens to someone in your neighborhood, you may get a formal announcement at some point. You may not get a formal announcement. That announcement could come at a time that you weren't expecting, where you're outside and all of a sudden hey, so my wife left me.
Yeah.
And now you're it's like a grenade that's been pulled, pinned, and they're chucking it right in your yard. Right?
I mean, sometimes you don't even have to ask. I mean, you kind of, just based on what's going on around the house, you can kind of figure it out.
Give me an example.
So, in my old neighborhood, younger couple with 2 kids, really cute house, really like a postcard, right?
Okay.
And then I noticed, the house looked different. Almost immediately, the house looked different. It wasn't as nice. And then I figured out who moved out because they had this big rock out front in this garden.
Okay.
And one of them decorative rocks.
Sure.
It was spray painted white, and it had a Bills logo on it.
Sweet.
I go, she left, because no wife is putting that in her front yard. I go, man, I figured it out, man.
You're more of a candy bitch than Kimmy is.
But that's all it took for me to see that white rock with a Bills logo on it. I go, because no wife wants that in her front yard.
Okay, but you still don't know for sure.
But it started looking ratty.
Okay.
It looked like a guy. It looked like a you.
Did you? What the F is it?
Well, but his house looks like a him, and he's still together with his wife.
I'm right here.
But I'm saying,
more him.
Okay.
More Pat.
I was gonna say though, even if your wife left the house, would your house look any different on the outside?
Oh, it would look way worse.
Yeah.
No, all right, but here's the thing: with that neighbor that had the Bills logo painted on the rock, did you ever have the formal conversation?
Never met him. Never met him,
Really?
never talked to him. It was down the street.
Okay.
It was on that main street.
Look at you trying to be part of the crew. Oh, yeah, me too.
No,
guys.
but if you live
one
in
time I saw Josh Allen and dudes through a window at a bar. Yeah, man, totally. I'm like his agent.
No, but I watched all over. The Soprano house was down the street. I watched him all the time. Yeah, you pay attention to stuff. Everybody looks.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. I mean, the thing that sucks about a neighbor divorce is there is no protocol on how to handle when the folks that you live near split up. The one good thing about a neighbor divorce that Kimmy thinks she is witnessing in real time in her neighborhood, you don't have to take sides.
Well, no, it's none of your business.
Well, I mean, even
most likely you're
don't
only going to
know.
be interacting with one of them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right? Unless you get stuck in that really weird spot where you are good friends with your neighbor couple, and then you may end up getting texts or calls asking who's at the house right now or what have they been doing. But if there's only one person left in the house and the other person bails, you can be good guy. Oh, yeah, no, good for you. That's great.
But this woman that stayed in the house, this young woman, she's in a sweet spot. She's in a rocking chair.
Why is that?
Because if the guy walked and she stayed, all the women in the neighborhood are going to side with her. Somebody's going to bring her over cupcakes. Do you need anything?
Okay.
There'd be more people willing to help her out. Yeah.
Because you're blaming that guy for the entire breakup.
Oh, I would think if he gets the house.
She threw him out.
If he gets the house, I'm blaming her.
No, if she gets the house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
everybody's going to side with that woman immediately.
No, but see, women normally get the house in a
right,
divorce.
and they always get the side.
Only the sissiest of bitch men get the house in the divorce.
Oh, yeah, and then they let their busted-ass buddies bring every Southern tier troll into my bedroom.
Southern tier troll.
There used to be knuckle marks on my hardwood.
I wasn't even talking about you. I don't know why you're getting so sensitive.
Some of these chicks had tire tracks that they try to pass off as tattoos.
No, but like, if the dude gets the house, I would assume like that chick really screwed up. Like she screwed up so bad you could keep the house.
No, I figure like she doesn't even.
She doesn't want to deal with it.
You know,
gone.
Keep the house.
Yeah.
You're such a piece of crap. I don't care.
Just
I
left.
always blame the dude.
You know, for a guy that's been divorced multiple times, you sure do
But
blame
he
the
knows-
guy
And I'm
every
always
single time.
blamed.
He knows why.
I'm always
Oh,
blamed.
so every divorce was your fault?
Yes.
He will admit that.
You know how I
all of a
am.
sudden, now all this. Yes, I do know how you are, and I'd like to divorce you right now, but my contract says I can't.
No, listen.
Well, because you were in the situation.
I was a bad husband.
Okay.
You were left with a cat and a moped.
Yeah.
Which is my favorite Ribs Arkansas song. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Kimmy is noticing her across the street, down the way neighbor. The dude that lived there is no longer around.
Piece of crap.
The last garbage day, a basketball hoop, yard games, and a card
all his
table.
douchey stuff
All that
too
stuff
is
she wanted out of the house
right.
is now gone.
It's all the douchey crap guys think is cool. I got a poker table. We're going to do this every Saturday night, man. Smoking cigars in the garage.
And there is no protocol for the neighbor divorce. Brian writes us a message on Facebook. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. Our next-door neighbors told us and our neighbors they were divorcing at a cookout we invited everyone to. Like when it first started, but then stayed and hung out together. It was really awkward.
Yeah, way to ruin a party, man.
But at
what
least,
asses.
At least you know then.
But but you ruin a party for people. Look at the money you spent, and then they come and drop this turd in the punch bowl. Thanks. Good night.
No, I think I'd rather take a ruined party to know for sure than this like back and forth. Are they going to say something to me? How do I approach the situation?
But you kind of know. You kind of know.
But like, are you supposed to ask us? Here's the thing, man. Here's the thing. If you're not close with a neighbor, it's also possible that person passed away.
Okay.
It's possible that they took a
but you
job
kind of
somewhere
know
how
that they passed away if she was sick or he was sick.
Sometimes
I guess you wouldn't know.
All right.
Yeah.
Died in the house?
Oh, no, they
Or
could.
just there are many.
Accidents
Yeah.
happen,
right?
Yeah.
I mean, like in all seriousness, like if someone just disappears, there's no proof that they got a divorce. And even if she's throwing his stuff away,
Yeah.
What did the guys over your house go? Yeah. She passed away if all went well.
I don't know why you'd say that last part.
What time is it? That should have kicked in by now.
I'm gonna also say based on the way that she put that stuff on that curb, let me know she was done with it.
So it was laid.
It wasn't like placed there; it was tossed there.
Put angrily on ground.
Look, I get it. The odds are it's a
Yeah.
breakup
Oh,
here.
yeah.
But again, you can't totally be sure.
No.
Because
But-
God forbid you walk down the street and go, so, what's going on with you and blah, blah, blah. And they go, oh, he passed away. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
But you see, she's right. The subtle things you pick up on, how the stuff is sitting there, is it tell?
No, you think
If it looks like she launched it from the 3-point line, and it just ended up at the bottom of the driveway, if she just slung it down.
But you think you're some investigator. Like, none of the things you think ever end up being...
Listen, that piece of crap is gone and good. Neighborhood's
would
going to
it
be
be-
better.
Wouldn't it be weird if they got rid of their stuff that soon?
I mean, people mourn differently.
Yeah, I guess.
I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and judge someone for not wanting to see the things of this person that they love and miss not in front of their face anymore.
Yeah, usually the cleanout's pretty quick.
No, she's meaning when somebody dies, not when somebody gets
Yeah,
divorced.
yeah.
Yeah, I get it.
Wait, now, if somebody died, what?
I get it. I mean, they're young people.
Time to move on, baby. It's been 15
Got a
hours.
think
whole
about it.
life ahead of me.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a young girl and this guy died, God forbid, how attached are you to this guy? You went out for 2 years?
I
Dave,
mean,
you lived
probably more
together?
than that. Yeah. Like I
Yeah.
said, they were together when we moved in. So
But if he croaked, she's young. She's probably attractive. She'll be fine.
well, now I can have a conversation with her.
Why? Because I said she was good looking?
No.
Does that mean she's
The
not
other
good looking?
thing. No, I was gonna say the
So
other
she is
thing
good
you
looking.
said.
On a scale of 1 to 10.
Honestly, I don't know if I'd recognize her if I saw her right
I
now.
love how you could describe us how she placed the garbage on the ground, but now you don't even see it.
I only see her from my window.
I mean, she have a nice figure.
Sure, yeah. This is weird.
The most awkward part
Yeah.
of a neighbor breakup or divorce. It's not when they disappear. It's not the conversation. It's when somebody new moves in.
Oh, new
Oh,
Yeah.
new car shows up
new
in the
boy.
driveway.
Well,
Here comes new boy.
I mean, look, if they start seeing somebody or eventually that person, moves into that house, that's now also your neighbor. So
Yeah.
you have to get to know this person who is attached to someone you already are familiar with.
Yeah, because there's different types of guys that are going to move in, right?
I don't know. You tell me.
Well, because my sister was, guys would look at her like any port in a storm, right?
Sure. No, that's a thing that happens with the women in your family.
There's that guy.
Yeah.
Then there's guy trying too hard when he moves in. He's doing all the yard work.
Okay.
He's like painting. He's taking on 7 chores at once. He's
Sure.
trying to impress this chick that he's a real keeper. So there's either real keeper guy or there's slack ass. He's just in it for the short run.
Any port in a storm.
Right.
Kimmy, do you know that folks called Tommy's mom, she was Port St. Lucie, but they spelled it Loosey? How to count all the dogs, Kimmy.
Yeah.
I mean, do you go and introduce yourself, Kimmy, if you see a new guy moving in, or do you leave
no,
that alone?
No, I don't want to jump the gun there. I'll wait for that to play out
That ain't
first
her
a little
game,
while.
man. Like her husband's like the mayor around there. She don't say nothing.
I know everybody talks to my husband, so I'll let him get the information.
Yeah,
like I said, there's one person on our street that somehow knows everything about everybody. So I'm gonna get the information from them first before I make any
Smart
moves.
move.
Okay, so do you wait for them to come to you, or do you go to
She's
them?
the ice
Oh
queen.
no, that person loves to talk to everybody, so that won't be a problem.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, let's say you are a single person, or
Okay.
maybe you're looking to get away from the neighborhood drama.
Oh, okay. What did I do?
Well, you can head out to a bar.
Yeah, it's always fun.
There's a new bar coming to a high-end town that does not fit the idea of a high-end town. Kimmy, this is not a themed bar that you would think would work in this place?
No, but I guess if you want to stand out.
Okay.
But
See-
it's a chain?
No.
Oh.
It's a themed bar.
Yeah, it's good.
And it's funny that this town, which has now become Rochester's nightlife capital,
Yeah.
Oh.
is absolutely going to embrace this idea. And we'll tell you what it is next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This Rochester suburb has become the go-to spot for folks looking to have a few drinks and a good time.
All right.
But you have an image of the type of person who hangs out in this town.
Yeah.
Get ready to blow that image right out of the water, Tommy.
Wow.
Because this new themed bar going into the heart of an east side town is not the kind of vibe you'd think when it comes to money and government-subsidized porches.
Oh.
So does that mean it fails? Well, this thing's going to work like a charm.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. You can hear our sexy voices every single day.
Wow.
You can also look at our sexy faces and check out Tommy's Postman Pants. You can log on to the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, or Twitch. Catch our break room live stream on YouTube and Twitch. It's the break room at WCMF, so check that out. Like, subscribe. We appreciate the subscriptions because, as we always tell you, our corporate bosses tell us, when you have a lot of people subscribe to your channel, shows us you got a quality program. It's quality. All that brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. Three Heads Brewing, quality brewery.
Yes.
Fairport
Oh.
is getting a new place to party.
Wow.
Country Roads, a new country-themed bar and restaurant, will be opening in a cannery in the village.
Damn.
Story says on News 8 that it takes its cues from Southern Comfort and Nashville dive bars. And they say the bar inside of the actual establishment will be massive. We're talking like margarita bars. We're talking like ribs on a stick, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. The bar, according to the story, will be open in about a month to service all you Fairport cowboys. Country bar amongst high-end Eastsiders. Good idea or bad idea,
Oh, yeah.
Tommy?
It's going to work. It's going to be a dunk.
Why is it a dunk?
Look how popular Nashville is with non-country people.
Yeah.
Okay, but
it's Southern Vegas.
Okay, but people who go to Nashville, even though they're not country, look at themselves as country, although they're not country.
Right, and I think that's all over the place.
Kimmy, you're more out in the bar scene than either of us are.
Sorta.
Is this is this successful or non-successful?
Oh, I think it's going to be successful. I think it's kind of giving that area something a little bit different that they didn't have before, and also it's like it's got dive bar vibes, but it's not like a real dive bar. You know what I mean? So I think you're going to get that element of people that think they're like doing like the dive bar scene when it's, it's not.
You're going to get that nice mix of bachelorette and horny mom. Jacked up on margaritas.
You see this as a woman's spot to hang out.
Oh, this is going to be slammed with women.
Okay, so when it comes to the music most popular in America for women, country is that music.
And
Number one.
if that's fitting the theme,
It's
and
mom's music. It's mom's yacht rock.
and they get country themed bands and things like that in there. I don't know if they'll have live music, but that'll absolutely be a hit.
And here's the thing: Lord knows the people of Fairport can relate to the hard-living classic country tunes we all know and love. Songs like "You Keep Your Horse, I'll Take My Tesla," "I Know the Sheriff," and I also know the deputy. And my personal favorite, I Got Friends in Shown Places. I mean, but look, man, when you think Fairport, you don't think country living.
No, but it's not going to be. It's high-end
country.
Okay.
You know
it's
what I mean?
It's what you think country is.
It ain't country, it's what you think country
Right.
is, man.
Look, you and I drove through the Deep South. You do not want that bar in your neighborhood.
No, but people
Exactly.
think
They don't
do.
want it in their neighborhood.
People think they do. That's what people think this is going to
But
be.
this isn't
but it
gonna be
isn't.
that,
It's
yeah.
what you think
It's high-end country.
music is.
All right, now correct me if I'm wrong. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. The most famous country bar in the greater Rochester area is Nashville's in Henrietta?
It's been here for years.
Okay, but it's all the way down West Henrietta Road. And the thing about Nashville's, it's near the actual country.
Yes.
Like, it's just a skip and a jump away from Rush and Scottsville. It's right off the 90, so the folks that are in Livingston County and South can come up there and drink if they want to. And when you walk in there, it feels like a legitimate country bar.
Yeah.
They do live music. It's like you walked. It's like you walked into somewhere in Tennessee.
Right.
Are there other country-themed bars in Rochester that aren't actually in the country? Because I can't think of any.
I can't either.
I mean, there was Daisy Dukes down in East Alexander, but that was less a country bar.
But that
and
was more about TNA than anything, man. You know.
No, I got you. It was very Coyote Ugly. They had the bull.
Yeah. But that still was in Webster.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that was out in Webster, too.
Yeah.
But no, I mean,
next
that was
to the comedy club.
that was a country-themed bar in Webster. It
you
wasn't
had
there
jackasses and jackasses.
But that country-themed bar in Webster, it wasn't there for that long.
No.
Right?
But that was a few years ago, man.
So you say, but
this thing's going to be such a hit.
Okay. I mean, I hope it is. I'm always cheering for local businesses. I want it to succeed. It's just such a weird place to drop what they think they want in. You know what I mean?
But think of all the women that go to these country shows.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
They ain't country at all. And those shows don't even look like country shows. They don't. Like, it ain't like Porter Wagner up there with bales of hay and guys with fiddles. I mean, it looks like a rock show.
You know, to that point, with this country bar moving into the Cannery in Fairport, which, by the way, Fairport is now Rochester's Vegas. It's official.
Yeah, it's got a strip. It's got a legitimate strip.
Yes, yeah. The country bar, period, is a weird concept. And, again, this place in Fairport, look, I'm with you guys. It's probably going to crush. It sounds like it's going to be fun.
It's Disney. It's Disney meets country.
But the country bar is the only themed place where people decide it's okay to dress up to go.
Yeah.
Like, if you go to a rock club, the folks that go to see those shows dress that way on a regular basis. Like, back in the day.
That's just their style in general.
Like, when you went to the Penny Arcade back in the day, no one was wearing a costume. They dressed like that on a daily basis. For some reason, you ladies that work as nurse practitioners and went to Marist decide that wearing Daisy Dukes and a cowboy hat is completely socially acceptable, but only for this one place. Like, you wouldn't walk around that like that on a normal basis.
You know what it is? It's a huge costume party.
Yeah.
It's fun.
But it's a costume party here. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, you're not going to be wearing that out. You would just stand out like a sore thumb wearing cowboy boots and Daisy Dukes in Rochester, New York.
But that's what's weird about the country bars because, look, I mean, a lot of people will go out and they'll go bar hopping. We'll go to a couple of places throughout the night. Like, if you go to this place.
Yeah, you're stuck.
Yeah, you're not going to.
Where else are you wearing white boots that are bedazzled?
Exactly. Like, you're not walking into a bar. You're not going to walk into, like, Iron Smoke Whistle. Well, I guess maybe.
That one you could probably could. But to your point, that outfit is limiting.
Like, I can't think of another place that people dress up to go and have drinks. Like, you wouldn't walk into a jazz club wearing a fedora having a heroin problem.
True.
You know what I'm saying?
It'd be cool if you could.
But no, like, we would go to, like, jazz bars you like to go to back in the day, right? And nobody dressed like a jazz singer.
No. It was just regular folk.
It's only country bars. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, there is a new bar going into the Cannery in Fairport. It's called Country Roads. It's described as a cross between Southern Comfort and Nashville Dives. The bar inside is supposed to be massive. They're going to have things like a margarita buffet or bar or whatever they're going to have there. And it's in one of the most affluent suburbs in the greater Rochester area. Let's talk to Chris. He's on CMF. Hey, Chris, how are you, buddy?
Morning, guys. According to the lady from Where They Wine In, they already got the look out there with the mustaches.
Oh, that's a good point.
Is that a country thing?
I when I see mustache, I do
beard
think
more than
no, I think mustache. All those country artists have those stupid mustaches now.
Do they? They always
and
have
the Cowboys always had mustaches.
All right.
All right, Chris, how old are you, buddy?
46.
All right, you're 46 years old. Could you see yourself hanging out in a country bar in Fairport on a Saturday night?
No. I don't like country as it is, so.
Bro, that place is going to be full of women. If you're a single guy, how would you not go to that place?
I mean, a lot of people like the one in Henrietta, so I'm sure it'll be a hit over there, too.
All right.
Not for me. I don't like pretty girls that are jacked up on alcohol.
Well, no, here's the thing. Chris, thanks for the call, buddy. I appreciate it. Although you're right about the women hanging out in these country bars, I'm with Chris. It ain't the spot I'm going to meet women.
They're all there.
I can't do it.
Where are you going? The gas station?
Look, man, I don't know. What kind of... What they got going on there?
I don't know.
Roller dogs
You're
and hot
crazy.
chicks?
Who cares whether you like country or not, man? They're all there.
As popular as country music is...
I wouldn't touch it.
As popular as country music is, it is also a divisive genre of music. You either love country or you do not like country.
I ain't there for the music.
Bro,
well, but,
I'm there for the fishing hole.
Maybe you're there once in a while to go because women are there, but are you hanging out there on a regular basis
if I'm getting
as a
laid
dude?
On a regular basis,
You're not.
Well, not you, because you're mean.
I just want to go
mean
look
in the
at
country.
the pretty girls.
Wait, she's mean country?
Man, she's sassy in them britches.
No, man. Like,
Give me some honky tonk badonkadonk.
Bro, you know I went everywhere when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Right? Hung out everywhere. I've been in Nashville's one time, and it was to go support a buddy of mine. And again, it's a great place. It seems like a lot of fun. It ain't my scene, man. If you ain't in a country, you ain't hanging out in a country bar.
My scene is in them country jeans.
Shut up, you idiot.
I wonder if there's going to be a divide because you will get that kind of country element, like people that really like live out and love that kind of scene versus the people that to your point, play dress up.
But here's the thing, like where it's located, you don't have a population of people that are actually country.
Yeah, it's soft
You don't
country.
have to go too far to find it, though.
In Fairport, it's all soft.
Like if you go out past
purple
Fairport,
socks talking.
But if you go out past Fairport, I mean, it gets a little. I mean, it's a little bit more rural, right?
I mean, it's rural, but I don't think blue
Okay.
collar.
No, you're gonna have guys in there looking at their phone, counting their carbs. Each carb counting in the country.
No, I mean, again, like if we compare it to where Nashville's is,
Yeah,
as
it's out
opposed
there.
to-
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, like if you drive past that parking lot on a Saturday night, like it's dudes that are wearing what they were wearing to work, just going in
Right,
to have
it's
a
rough
couple
around
of
the
drinks.
edges, and that's what you want in an actual country bar.
So, I mean, this is just like you said, it's Disney World.
Yeah, it's a place to have fun.
You know, the other strange thing about a country bar in a place like this, what about country living and country music can the people of Fairport, Parrington, Penfield relate to? Because, like, if we use Fairport as just an example on its own, it is the picture of Norman Rockwell's America.
Yeah, it's money.
Like, and it's not even just the money; it's the way the town is laid out, the village. It looks more
Quaint.
like the set of Leave It to Beaver
Yeah.
than the set of Hee Haw.
Right.
And if country music is all about struggle and blue collar life, which it is, what about Fairport says anything like that?
Nothing at all.
Right? Like, you're going to belt out My Old Friend, the Blues, while the giant tour boat passes down
Right.
the canal
Yes.
in the background?
Yeah.
Like, these things do not go.
but I mean, think of all the people that go to Nashville, and they
That ain't
want
country, man.
Yeah, they love that scene, and I think that they feel like maybe
It's
this
glitz
is
and glamour.
a little piece of that. You know what I mean? I don't think you have to live that lifestyle to like the music.
Okay, but here's the
I mean, occasionally when you're in Nashville, you could get hit by a chair thrown by a superstar. But the most part, it ain't happening anymore.
No, but here's the dirty little secret about Nashville. And I only know this because I had a friend of mine who's from Rochester who worked as a record producer down there for a couple of years. When I was on the road and I had days off in the South, I would shoot out to Nashville and go stay with him, hang out. Everyone that I ever met that lived in Nashville did not live that lifestyle.
Yeah, they don't even go downtown.
But that's my point.
They were all hipsters.
That's my point. People want to go. It's a tourist destination.
No, but I guess that's kind of the point I'm trying to prove here is like, even Nashville, the city, is people that aren't country going to something they think
It's
is
an
country.
industry.
But that's
Yes.
what this bar is. That's
You're gonna
what
feel
I'm
like
trying to say, I guess.
You're going there. This is the kind of bar there where you can stay in town and feel like you're on vacation when you're in it.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's
You're
fair
going to
enough.
forget
Feel
it
like you're in a
snows here
different
7
place.
months out of the year. You're thinking it's hot summer fun.
Hot town, summer in the country. But I'm in Fairport. Don't make no sense.
I got friends in shown places.
No, like, if they do live music, right? Like, I know there are a lot of, like, guitar country acts, and they're really good, right?
In town
Locally.
here?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, do you bring people from out of town? Like, I would love to know what, like, someone that tours doing country music would think pulling into the village of Fairport to do a gig.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because we've
Because
had
they're finally getting paid.
like we had the opposite experience coming from where we come from, pulling into these, one stoplight, horse-laden towns,
Yeah.
right? Like, what does the opposite feeling feel like? Is it an uncomfortable feeling? Is it an exciting feeling?
I feel like you're like a night off. You know what I mean?
From actual country?
Yeah.
All right.
What a genius move.
I mean, I hope it works.
Oh, they're going to get rich. What fails in Fairport? Nothing.
That's a great question.
Nothing.
That's a good point.
Nothing recently, that's for sure.
I mean, you may get...
You've got restaurants that have been there for like 70 years.
Yeah, but you could get to a point, and here's my fear about Fairport, and I hope I'm wrong. I'm wrong. That there is so much to do in Fairport, it becomes too much to do.
All right. Oversaturated.
Well, I mean, look, it is a small place.
That's a Fairport word. Saturation.
I know that you're pulling from all East Side towns there, and they've done a great job. They have done a really good job of taking all of the things that Pittsford would not take, things that people wanted, and it's become a destination now, right? But, I mean, there is a limit to how much we can support financially.
But let them get there.
You just want Fairport to fail so Pittsburgh will be cool again.
Back to number one, baby.
I think if this business is successful there, you're going to see more of these popping up in other suburbs.
But how many country bars could Rochester support?
We'll find out, won't we?
All right. Let's take a break. This man is definitely not country.
Oh.
But he was the greatest competitive eater in the country, in the world.
Competitive eater?
He's calling it quits.
Wow.
He's done.
Retired.
Hanging up the gut.
But what he's going through right now?
Yeah.
Did you see this story?
No. Probably it's horrendous.
It has nothing to do with his stomach.
Oh.
And this might be one of the worst things you could live with for the rest of your life possible. No, it's all in his head.
Oh.
I'll explain everything next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. He is arguably the greatest man ever to do this sport competition. I don't know what you would call it. And he's hanging it up. And what he is now dealing with might be one of the scariest things you can deal with as a human being. Because you've never heard of this. You have never heard of this. And he says he has it. And there is now a documentary following him around to document it.
You know, I love that.
You hang it out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Just after 8 o'clock this morning, there was a man in this room who's about to change his look significantly. Add something to his wardrobe that for years he rallied against.
Stepping up.
Mm-hmm. And it's strange, Kimmy, that all of a sudden he's embraced this as hard as he has.
Yeah, because he was so anti this for so long.
But he's now upset because the choice that he is making has been taken out of his hands.
And I've been doing deep investigating.
Yeah.
For months, like
Been
legitimately.
doing a lot of research.
And here's the thing. As angry as you are, what is happening that you hate is for the best.
Why?
For everybody.
Because this is the greatest era of this thing I want. And the selection is endless.
Okay. Sometimes when we get excited, we don't realize how stupid we're going to look. And we're going to help you next, just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, you're familiar with Kobayashi? Kobayashi.
No.
He is the Asian man who is the most prolific competitive eater.
Oh, he's skinny, right?
Yeah, the history of eating competitions.
But he can pound them dogs.
Yeah, pounding them dogs, bro. Kobayashi announced yesterday that he is retiring from the competitive eating game. He is 46 years old now. That's
a pretty long life for a competitive eater.
He started his competitive eating career in the year 2000. So he's been doing this for 24 years.
It's insane you could live that long and do this.
Yeah.
At one point, Kobayashi has held 13 eating world records, everything from hot dogs to buffalo wings to tacos to cow brains.
Damn.
Not making that up. And it turns out that he is not riding off into the sunset with a smile on his face.
So what happened?
So he's the subject of a new documentary on Netflix. And in that documentary, he has discovered that all of the years of competitive eating has messed him up bad.
Mentally, you're saying?
Yes, not his stomach, his brain.
But how?
He doesn't want to eat anymore.
But that's a good thing because you ate everything.
No, like ever.
Oh, he can't eat?
Like he's trained, like the way he's trained to eat, it's...
What happened?
Maybe it's hard to eat like a normal person.
So he doesn't know how it happened. He doesn't know why it happened.
He doesn't want to eat.
He's never hungry, ever. He says in this documentary that he has gone 3 days without eating anything, and he's never had the urge to want to eat anything.
He's got to be super ass scrawny because they got the guy right. He's skinny to be
he wasn't a big guy.
And he's like skinny Asian guy.
So in this which is the skinniest of skinny?
Well, look, you're skinny, but you're like American skinny. Like you'd still be blubbery in Japan. Like skinny Asian guys, they ain't got anything on them.
Blubbery in Japan sounds like a Cheap Trick album.
But you know what I'm saying? There's like American skinny, then there's like Asian skinny.
Don't lump me into what you're saying.
Like Asians are very slender people.
It's Tommy Muley at WCMF.com.
I find Asian men very slender. What's wrong with that?
Nothing's wrong with it. It's just a weird thing to say to a microphone. No. So he says he's never hungry. They do a brain scan on him in this documentary. And apparently, when he sees food, the parts of the brain that show disgust light up immediately.
Wow.
He is disgusted all the time by any kind of food.
So this is something, if they could figure it out, if they could inject this into fat people, it would be a miracle drug.
Yeah, until you die because you don't eat.
I mean, you can't just stop completely.
All right, then you pull off the drug a little bit.
Okay.
You kind of. But think about that. Think about these drugs that these people take, and they can't stop eating.
Well, you know what's interesting?
His blood.
No, it's not. No. It's not like a serum you can shoot. The guy, this happened to him.
Yeah.
He mentally messed himself up from stuffing his stomach as wide as it would go.
So he's like on a hunger strike almost.
Well, but he's not because he wants to eat. He just can't do it.
Right.
I'm thinking for most people, like eating food is like a leisurely activity, right?
Yes.
Like you
It's fun.
enjoy eating food.
Yeah.
You, if anything, have to cut yourself off from eating food. But with him, it's been his job to eat for what, 24 years? And it's probably been stressful every time he goes to eat food because he probably has to eat in a certain way at a certain time, a certain amount. Like it was so regimented for so long that he doesn't see eating as a leisurely thing anymore. He doesn't see it as a thing necessarily you want to do, but you have to do.
What a horrific way to have to live the rest of your life.
But they'll probably be able to help him out.
What do you
It sounds
think?
like psychologically maybe they can work him
Therapy?
through it.
I don't know.
Okay, I just want to be clear.
Right.
You forgot who Kobayashi was.
No, I remember now.
Okay,
Skinny guy.
You had no
Slender
idea.
Asian man.
You had no idea that he was going through this. And after I gave you the tiniest amount of detail in this documentary that they're shooting, you go, "Oh, they're going to be able to fix him." Here's why. I don't have it, but
Before you fix him, figure out what he's got so we can give it to fat people, and then fix him.
okay. Here's your key: if you're overweight, do 24 years of competitive eating where you eat to the point where
Most
you
of
throw
these
up.
people do it without even knowing it,
God's
bro.
sakes, you were such a
They come
bosom-
out of the blocks every day.
such a bosomy boy.
And I was a heavy eater,
That's,
man.
yeah, no, I watched you.
You know, it also would have to mess with your head. And I
Cheetos.
guess you could argue this for any like athlete or somebody that played a sport. You dedicated that much of your life to doing this, and throughout your life, you're just going to see every record slowly be broken.
Well, they do say
Eating
records.
away, actually.
They do say records are made to be broken.
Like you've
But he's Jordan, yeah.
you've eaten yourself into this mental state, and for what at the end of the day?
Well, I'll be honest, Kimmy. I don't even know if he owns any of the 13 records he had
Still,
at one
yeah.
point because Joey Chestnut is now
Oh, yeah.
like the world's most
Yeah.
famous eater, and there actually might be somebody else. There's a smaller Asian woman that I guess is like super prolific as well. She's been doing well at the hot dog eating contest. They call her the Tommy's mom of hot dog eating contests. Gom, gom, gom,
Yeah, I
gom.
get it.
252 WCMF. Kobayashi, the Asian guy who was like the super prolific competitive eater. He is retiring at 46 years old. He's been doing it for 24 years. But in a new documentary that is following him around, they discovered that it's messed up his brain. He doesn't want to eat. He says in the documentary he's gone 3 days without eating anything. He was never hungry that entire time. They do a brain scan on him in this documentary, and when he sees food, the parts of the brain that show disgust light up immediately. And, you know, Kimmy brought up a great point.
What's that?
Food is one of the simplest pleasures
yeah.
we have here.
Yeah.
Right? We use it for all kinds of different ways to handle ourselves. We
Right.
celebrate with it. We get over depression with it, right? This guy's 46, so he could have another 40 years on this planet.
Yeah.
How do you go 40 years not being able to enjoy
Right.
the one
It's
pleasure
sad.
that everybody bonds over?
You don't even get to taste. I'm sure he doesn't even taste certain things.
He does
anymore.
say that. No, he says that in the
Yeah.
documentary. He does not taste
Yeah.
a thing.
You think a guy like that, you'd be so depressed you'd turn to drugs or alcohol or something.
Right? How could you
just to
not?
turn it off.
Because
And you couldn't blame him.
If you don't do that, it would drive you insane.
Yeah.
Think of all of the things on a daily basis, socially, that revolve around food.
Everything. I mean, you're bombarded by food every day. In this
You
country.
start your day with a cup of coffee, but it's not just a black cup of coffee. Most people want to put some kind of flavor in it so they can enjoy it. You sit down around the dinner table at night and talk about what went on through a day. At a birthday party, you're all having cake,
cake.
right? You're going out to celebrate a promotion with a friend. Like, all of these things would be miserable to
He'd
you.
have to move to a
also wonder-
starving country. Fit right in.
I also wonder if every time he sits down to eat, people want to watch him.
Oh, yeah.
Like that would also kind of mess with your psyche where like every time you went out for a meal or just simply sat down to eat dinner, like everybody wants to watch you eat because it's what you do. It's what you're known for. Like that, I could see why you wouldn't enjoy eating after experiencing something like that.
This poor guy.
Is he rich? He's got to be rich.
I don't know. I mean, do you
Probably
make a
been
lot of money?
sponsored and stuff.
Well, yeah, but I mean, he
I
was
don't know how long that lasts.
24 years. But he was famous. I mean, he was famous, but like there's famous people that don't make money doing what they do when they're famous.
His net worth is.
Like, you're going to Google the net worth of, good luck spelling Kobayashi, by the way, because it took me like 5 runs this morning.
Yeah, I mean, think of his sponsors. I mean, he's got to have a little bit. I'm not saying he's like, super rich,
All
but
right, I'm going to drop you the one Kobayashi fact I know. It was like 15, 20 years ago. He refused to do the Nathan's hot dog eating contest because they wanted him to sign an exclusive deal with Nathan's. So he was there. He was
your
not.
mom's got that deal, right?
You got that? You got that? You stumble over a punchline? He was there
Yeah.
at the hot dog eating contest. After it was over, people started chanting his name. He jumped up on stage to give the fans what they wanted. They handcuffed him, slammed him against a wall.
Jesus.
His face went into like a barrier. It was
Oh
like
my
this
God.
big dramatic thing. There's video of it.
It seems as though his net worth is only about $3 million.
That's
That's
still
three. He's
pretty
a millionaire.
It's pretty well. That's his. I don't know how much he spent. I don't know.
Well, is that his net worth or what he made his entire career?
Net worth $3 million.
Okay. That's
Right.
pretty damn good for
Listen,
eating
he
a lot of
made
hot
millions of dollars eating.
And he's not spending any of it on food.
No.
So you got that going for
All
you.
right. Got to keep an eye on this. Is it that? Are they filming a documentary right now? Because I got to watch this.
It might be out, and it might actually be part of like a series that they're doing on like the human mind, but it's on Netflix. Hold on.
I'll check it out. Don't worry.
I'm on it.
I'm on it, buddy.
All right, let's take a break. Look, man, I know you're not happy about this, but you need to trust your wife.
No, I got like a lineup of cool stuff coming.
Which is why you need to trust your wife. And I understand the frustration of marriage taking away your ability to do.
How about can I live?
She's protecting you from yourself, and this is going to be better for absolutely everyone involved.
Everybody involved.
Look, man,
that horrific.
Look, when you go a complete 180 from every man who wears these are idiots to I want to show you the 5 that I think are cool, yeah, she has a right to step in and be like, no, I'm going to take control of the situation.
Some of the coolest people in the world put these things on.
A year ago, you would not have been having this conversation. You'd be killing yourself if you could hear you right now. She's right.
Take me now, Lord.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Oh, Tommy.
What happened?
Well, one of the most frustrating parts of being married is the feeling of losing your freedom.
Yeah.
You can't just do, say, buy whatever you want. And one man in this room is feeling very frustrated by a new rule that his wife has laid down. And even though most men would normally say, hey, let this man be himself, in this specific case, what she is demanding is better for everyone involved.
How?
Everyone.
It's a very common thing. It's been around since the dawn of man.
Then why did you make fun of every guy that had them until like 6 months ago?
Because I'm a hypocritical dick.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Let's jump right into this. If you have listened to the show for years, whenever any discussion about men wearing hats, and not ball caps, but like what would you call them?
Fedoras, pork pie, derby.
Jeffs.
Yeah, the reverse Jeff.
There you go. Anytime that discussion came up,
beanies.
Tommy would crush guys who would wear those hats.
Oh, I got my little winter beanie on because my head's cold.
Except those men, they look like idiots.
Look like children.
Trying too hard.
It looks like you're trying to be like you're going to a costume party.
Okay. So, and we always had a lot of laughs about that. Kimmy, like 6 months ago, something happened.
Was it? Yeah, it's probably about 6 months ago. You're right. Yeah.
All of a sudden, Tommy decided,
Well, he got quiet on the hat thing for a while. Put it that way.
Shut down hat talk.
Yeah.
Because why, Tommy?
So I'm balding up top.
Wait, you are?
Yeah, very bad, as you constantly point out. And I'm starting to burn up there.
Oh.
So I know, like with your wife, she told me one of the things I got to be careful about.
Don't you blame the sun. Don't you blame this on the sun.
I got to start wearing hats. She even told me, like when I gardened, I went and bought one of them stupid ass bucket hats.
So you're doing it now. You're already doing hat hate.
But I wear a bucket hat now.
I would like to point out that my wife, if you don't know, is a dermatologist. She doesn't just tell people about people's heads. Hey, your head looks stupid. Put a hat on.
No, but she's saying, like, you got to protect. You don't think your scalp could get skin cancer.
Sure, yeah,
Top of your head, right?
And it's hard to find because you got it. Well, most people have hair there.
Yeah. There you go. So as I'm thinning out, I figure out I got to start wearing hats when I'm out.
Okay.
Especially in the summertime. I'm out in the yard and whatever.
Sure.
I like to sit out and drink and smoke cigars and stuff.
Yeah.
So I started looking at hats. And, man, the hat game is back, baby. All these cool-ass hats. And I'm looking at them. I got the outfits to go with these hats. You know I got the pants.
Okay.
And you know I got the socks to match these hats. So I'm looking at these old-school hats.
Okay.
So fedoras, pork pies, and Jeffs are back. But now they're like multicolored.
They're not back. They've always been there. You just started noticing them now.
Dude, I never seen them on anybody.
Okay. So what's the problem?
And they're reasonably priced. You can get high end, but you can get middle of the road hats.
Middle of the road hat. Okay.
So I tell my wife about it. She goes, well, before you buy anything, because I'm jump the gun guy, I'll buy 4 of them right away. Don't even know my size. By the way, I finally measured my head.
Which is, I wish you would have done that here because I would have loved to see you measuring your head.
Well, I got the tape measure went around my head.
Can we guess what size Tommy's head is?
In inches. Right?
Because I'm a 7 and 5/8.
I don't even have a rough estimate.
I'm 7 and 5/8, and you got.
So I went by.
Canon.
So you had to go with the inch. So I went 20. I'm between 22 and 23 inch head, which puts me in between a medium and a large hat.
You're in between sizes.
Right,
That's
which
gonna
is
be
tough.
tricky.
Wait a minute. Okay.
That's the way I went to a head chart. Your face was on it. I went to Pat's head chart.
Wait, you see your mom's picture?
No, I said your picture was there.
So, all right, so go buy the hat. What's the problem?
So my wife says, before you jump into things like you always do and buy 6 of them,
okay,
I want to see the hat because I don't want you to look ridiculous when we're out.
So your wife is demanding final hat approval.
So basically, my scalp has been confiscated.
Okay.
I no longer have control of my head. My head is now ruled by somebody else.
Okay. And you have
my head might as well be in North Korea.
And you have a problem with this?
Yeah, I should be able to my head, my rules.
Okay.
Put that on a T-shirt.
Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263.
From my cold, dead head, you could have my hat.
I want to be on your side here.
No, you don't,
No, I do.
man.
We've been friends for a very long time. I want to be on your side.
She wants me to ball cap, but I don't want a ball cap.
Okay.
I don't have ball cap face.
I will say this. With great hat comes great responsibility.
Heavy is the head, the worse the hat.
Exactly.
It's got to be perfect.
She's absolutely right. Your wife needs to give you.
They got
final
summer
hat.
colors.
Okay,
man.
you're not listening to me.
Yes.
Look me in the face.
They got autumn color.
Look at me in the face.
Feathered.
If your wife does not approve your hat, you're gonna look like a complete moron.
But they got all these cool guys in the picture smoking cigar, drinking, sitting around, laughing with their buddies.
All right, look,
I have everything but the buddies.
You don't have hat experience. True.
Well, not this kind of hat.
You don't have hat experience.
But this is like Sinatra hat.
You don't, bro. Don't get that. Don't
The
buy
fedora.
that hat. Don't buy
I look
a
like
fedora.
Dean Martin getting off the plane.
Your head's so big, it's a six-dora. Look, you don't have had experience, so you don't know what's gonna and not gonna look good. Because you told us off the air yesterday, you've never worn a hat in your life.
Well, here's the problem. Nobody around here really sells hats where you can go try them on. There's no hat store, so you got to buy them online.
Okay.
Or you can go to Macy's and get like a straw dad summer hat mowing
But that's
the
not
lawn.
good enough for you.
I'm looking for a
man.
dress hat that I can wear into work.
You
when
need to
I
listen
do
to
my broadcasting.
Kimmy, should Tommy's wife have final say on all
What do you think? She's team wife.
Absolutely. Don't you want a second opinion on this kind of thing?
No, because the second opinion is going to be the opinion.
But as somebody who gave a lot of opinions on hats and how stupid guys looked in them, and we were like, I don't know how they don't see it. Don't you want somebody there with you when you're trying them on to say, yeah, maybe that's not for you?
I would want my wife to give me a
No,
heads
you
up.
would,
I would, especially
what
something
happened to
like
the cool
this.
Pat that I used to know? Wide flapping jeans and a wide flapping mouth.
Well, you know what's weird is I don't need approval to buy hats. I would ask for approval. You need approval to buy hats. You know, there's a solution here.
No, there isn't.
No, there is.
What? Skin cancer? Then I'll just be out of the way. You don't have to worry about nothing.
You said there's no hat stores around here, and you might be right. I haven't investigated. I know for a fact there is exactly the kind of store you're looking for.
Yeah, I know.
At a place called Niagara on the Lake, which is about an hour and 20 minutes away.
But I got to go on foreign soil.
You do have to get a foreign soil hat.
Yeah.
I mean, if this matters that much to you, you and your wife could take a drive. It's a day's drive.
She loves that joint.
So there you go. Why don't you go and do a
Maybe
montage
I
of trying
will.
on hats?
Maybe I will. Or I could just go online and get them. I could have them here in a week.
But maybe first figure out your hat size.
I already figured it all out. See, here's what chaps my ass the most.
He's gonna come in with like an oversized hat.
Every hat he puts on with that dome is an oversized hat.
So they also make a Mexican fedora. It's so cool.
What does that?
It's a little
look
different.
like?
What does it
It's
look like?
the rim's a little bigger.
Okay.
You know, it's sunny in Mexico. You got to keep the sun out of your eyes when you're riding.
All right, do you plan
gaucho.
on wearing these hats indoors too, or is this just strictly when you're going to
I don't
and
know
from
yet.
somewhere?
See how I feel.
Tommy,
but here's the thing. I've got the hats picked out. The decision has been made, and then somebody comes in and says, "You know what? Let's talk about this." No, I already figured it out.
You're going to look like such an idiot. And I'm saying this is your friend. Listen to your
You
wife.
already call me an idiot.
No, but
you
look-
already say I look stupid.
No,
so
bro.
what am I? What's the damage has been done?
Okay.
You've already crushed my soul.
Okay. Like, you dress ridiculously. And again, if you're
I'm
watching
wearing
the live
purple
stream.
socks and a light summer trousers with penny loafers.
And by the way, this is a toned down outfit for you compared to your summer stuff. Like, you already dress ridiculously.
I want to look like an Italian mayor.
Oh my God. 252 WCMF. Tommy has got on the hat train.
Get on the train.
I think it's
Hat train. You look so lame in hat train.
His wife has decided that he is not allowed to buy a hat until she gives hat approval, which has pissed Tommy off. But you have no experience with hats. You told us the other day you've never worn a hat in your life, bro.
Yeah, I was going to say that's the toughest part here is that you are going to go from being strictly no hat ever guy to a hat guy, and I think that's where the shock is coming from. It's never easy to all of a sudden become hat guy.
Now here's what pisses me out the most.
What's that?
Like skin cancer scare.
Yeah.
Thinning hair.
Sure. Yeah.
Right. And most guys would say, "The hell with it! I don't get skin cancer." I'm literally embracing the hat game here that I didn't want to do.
That you crushed for decades.
To let me
and men that wear it
extend my life, which is all the things you want me to do to be a good husband. And
No, but here's
well,
the
she's
mistake.
not saying you can't have a hat. She just wants to be there to help you figure out.
I already figured it out.
What kind of hat you should wear.
Here's the mistake he made, and I see you guys on hold. Sit tight.
Also
252
looking at
WCMF.
sombreros.
Okay, shut up. The mistake you made
Yeah,
is
for like Cinco de Mayo.
you got too excited about hats. If you would have just calmly bought a hat and picked out one hat and bought it, you would have been fine. But you got super excited, and anytime you get super excited about something, it's gonna look really stupid, and it's gonna everything you get excited
I'm
about.
gonna look like a boxing promoter in Miami in the '60s.
252 WCMF. Angelo Dundee's wife won't let him buy his own hat. Folks have been waiting patiently. Let's talk to Pete. He says he's got it figured out for you. He's on CMF. Hey, Petey, what's up, buddy?
Tommy, I got a solution for you. First, go to your wife's purse and take your balls out, and then tell her, give her an option. I'm either going to shave my head or get a fedora.
Well, she knows I ain't going to do that. I'm shaving my head.
See, once again, it's like, here we go. It's like, well, you got to make a choice here, or just go and do it.
All right, Pete, are you hat guy or anti-hat guy?
I'm kind of like you. If I put a hat on the chimney, I start sweating my ass off. I can't. I have to use them because of what your wife says. I have to use them because of I have I've had a couple things taken off my skin, so
gotcha,
I got to use a full brim hat.
Sure.
When I'm out in the garden and stuff, but normally I can't wear a hat.
Okay. So he's cool.
He's no help. This guy's no help.
Well, no, you could look at your wife.
Just go do it.
Yeah, you could look at your wife and say, "Hey, I'm doing this."
No, that would require a spine.
Petey, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy, how are you, buddy?
2 weeks in a row, I'm going to be on Mulet's side here.
Whoa.
This really pisses me off. First of all, I'll loop back to my anger, but first of all, I'm surprised that a person who spends so much time outdoors in their garden and they're doing their lawn, but they don't have a hat to begin with.
That's the problem. I got a scorched head.
He's got his bucket hat, but that's for yard purposes only.
If anyone went and saw the movie Dune last weekend, that's what the top of Tommy's head looks like.
Burnt red right now, and it itches.
Can you imagine, like, if your wife said, hey, I'm going to get a scarf for this event, and you said, well, make sure you run it by me first. I want to make sure it looks all right. An atomic bomb would have gone off in Parenton or Pittsburgh.
But they had that option, man. And that's all thanks to my father.
Yeah, and I love Kimmy saying, she just wants a second opinion. No, she doesn't. She wants the first opinion. She wants the one he hasn't even made the purchase yet. She wants the one to set the ground rules. It's stupid, man. You go to work, you earn money, buy whatever the hell you want.
Bust my ass every day, man, making it happen.
He works hard for the hats. Now, Jeremy, listen. I understand your anger, and if we were talking about anything else, I would be on your side 100%. All three of us would be standing up, banging our chest, He-Man, woman haters, hat club. But here's the thing. Having to look at how ridiculous he dresses himself on a daily basis. Like, as his friend, I don't have to go out with him. Like, if we were going to go out to a bar one night and you were to get in my car and your outfit was so ridiculous, I could just drive away.
But you didn't. You took the drinks. Even when I had those douchey European jackets on.
She has to be seen with you. I understand. I think she does have a say.
All right, so I have an idea.
Okay.
How I can get this done.
Jeremy, good to talk to you, buddy. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it.
Thanks for being on my side, buddy. Here's my idea. I want you and your wife to buy me a hat for my birthday.
He's going to give you the hat to give to him.
I'm going to say, Pat and Nana bought me this hat.
Oh, that might be the move.
And as soon as it falls under the Nana dome of protection, my wife will have to agree to it.
But what if?
For those who don't listen to the show on a regular basis, he's not talking about my grandma. My wife's name is Nana.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
What if, though, you send this hat to Pat and his wife,
right?
And his wife said, "That hat looks stupid."
Well, we're not going to even run it by your wife.
Wear that hat.
I'm just going to make that whole part up.
How much? Okay, This is the most important question of the morning.
Yeah.
All right, because again, I'm with you. I think you should be able to choose. Although your wife makes a great point here. Give me a price range for one of these hats. The cost of one of these hats.
I would say they're like sneakers. You could spend $50. You could spend $400.
What do you want to spend?
The ones I'm looking at are running between $55 and $85.
Okay.
And they all look the same. I mean, probably the quality's not that great, but it's the last hat I'll ever buy.
How many hats do you plan on buying?
Well, I was looking for like a summer lid and like four lids.
4. So that's $200. You're in $200 to $300.
Not all at once. Like right now, I need a summer cap. Then I get my fall lid, winter lid, spring lid.
Why don't you just buy a baseball cap?
No, because I look ridiculous.
You're going to look ridiculous.
I don't have baseball hat face. My face looks stupid. You saw it.
Well, you can't see your face as well in a baseball
No,
hat.
I look like an aging Yankee.
No,
I look like it's old timers day. Not one guy to push out in a wheelchair.
Today.
Yeah,
I consider myself.
yeah. Yes, I look like that guy.
No, but here's the thing. He tried on a high. So there was a time they gave
You need
us
a dad hat.
Yes, they gave us WCMF hats a couple years ago, and they were the high profile
Yeah,
hats.
the big brim.
Yeah.
Yes, and he tried it on, and he looked like an admiral of a naval ship.
Yeah.
You need one of these hats, like a dad hat that flops in the front, so it covers up your giant effing forehead.
Is that dressy? I couldn't wear this outfit with a hat.
Lots of guys do.
You can. Yeah, you
Just
can.
get one that says like Rochester International Jazz Fest on it. You're gonna look like such an idiot. You're gonna look like such an idiot.
Look at how giddy you're getting.
I am getting giddy.
Like your ass is on fire.
Why not just convert to another religion and put something on the top of your head at all times?
There you go.
We got a couple options.
Can't say no to God.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Chuck. Hey, Chucky, how are you, buddy?
Good morning. Hey, I want to know what's the over and under? How many hats is Tommy going to have on the back ledge of his car?
Oh, the dad hat rack?
In the house.
I don't have a Crown Vic, so it's hard to squeeze them in on it. You can't do it with an SUV.
No, Chuck brings up a good point. Where do you plan and how do you plan on storing these hats?
They come in a box.
No, the box isn't good enough. You got to get a hard box.
Yeah. Wait, I'm like, you mean mom?
Chuck, thanks for the call, buddy.
Put all them hats in there, son.
Yeah, I'm done trying to help you. Your wife's right. It seems like hat fever is sweeping the greater Rochester area.
Hat fever, it is, really.
It's that time of year.
Well, Mike's on CMF. Hey, Mikey, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good. How are you?
Oh, this guy, he's on your side.
You sound like a hat guy.
What do you got, Mikey?
I just got back from Niagara on the lake over the weekend, and I got 2 hats at that hat store you were just talking about.
It's like internationally famous. Everybody knows that hat
No
store.
kidding.
Yeah, it's true. All right, Mikey, can you please describe to the audience
I'm curious.
It's Kimmy. It's the most ridiculous place you've ever seen in your life.
Oh, my gosh, it's awesome. There are hats all over the place, every kind of hat you want. You could try them on. They're made out of everything. There was a steampunk top hat there that was really cool.
I tried on that steampunk top hat to make my kid laugh. Mikey.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mikey, what kind of hats did you get, and how much did you spend in total?
I got a charcoal colored fedora made out of straw.
That's what I want.
Wait, that is the douchiest hat I've ever heard
They're
of.
cool.
I'm sure it looks great on Mike, though. And then what was the
I
other one?
wanted it to go with my suit, so I wear that with my suit. And then the other one I got was like a caddy type hat to wear golfing.
Oh.
Okay.
So you got to look like Tom Landry walking around. And I know Kimmy doesn't know who that is.
It was about it was like $275.
Wow. But you'll have it forever.
Is that Canadian?
Oh yeah, that was Canadian.
Oh, so that's like $40.
Yeah. Almost free.
I was closer to like 200, 250. Like
I gotta go check it out.
Mike, were you hat guy before the hat store?
No, not at all. Actually,
Wow.
It's been a while. I tried
Jumped
buying
right
some
into it.
online for a while, and like they don't fit or look like you think they will. So you really got to try them on.
No, I mean, to Mike's point, like, just when you buy fitted baseball caps, I won't buy fitted baseball caps.
Without seeing them in person?
Yes, online. And that's a cap that has you have to go try them on in person, Tom.
I'm going.
All right, good.
Yeah,
Let's make
road
a show
trip.
A show field trip. We can go. They got a really great ice cream place in Niagara on the Lake. Did you go there, Mike?
I did not go there. Yeah, they've got like 5 ice cream places.
Yeah, but you don't want to
there,
get
but I
a fat
know-
head when you're trying on that.
Mikey, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. No, there's this place called Moose, and they make like these funny T-shirts that they sell.
Yeah.
And the ice cream's delicious.
Great story.
Sound like an 8-year-old.
There's not a lot for me in Niagara
It's
on the
called
Lake.
Moose, and they have cool T-shirts, and the ice cream's really good.
No, like there's not a lot for me to do in Niagara on the Lake, so I get excited about the ice cream.
It's definitely not a normal man trip.
No, it's not. Unless you're Tommy.
Ice cream and hats.
All right, let's take a break. This would be a life-altering move in a way that this person could not have comprehended. Because on the surface, it's just a dick thing to do.
Yeah.
And yeah, maybe you lose your job if you get caught. But after that part is over, there'd be no way to restart easily what you lost. And I'll explain
all right.
everything next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There are some moves a person can make, Tommy, that will obviously change their lives forever. And then there are some subtle ones that they don't realize may do the same thing.
All right.
Because with these allegations, there would not be a single thing left in your life that would be the same before you committed this crime.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 8:45, 8:50. We talked earlier this week about how one of the most iconic homes in America may be up for sale today.
Yeah.
We got an update.
All right.
We'll get to it just after 8:45 here in the break room on CMF. This story, East Side, comes to us from Penfield.
What happened?
A 31-year-old woman has been arrested after police say she stole a coworker's debit card.
Oh, Jesus.
Not only do they say that she stole the card, authorities say she made fraudulent charges on the account after she stole it. Now, she has a court date upcoming. We don't know what kind of workplace this was. We don't know what kind of relationship these two coworkers may have had. But one thing is for sure.
What's that?
If the allegations are true, it is a smaller crime that will change this woman's life in ways she cannot imagine.
Okay.
So let's take a walk.
All right.
So first off, you're going to lose that job.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Right? If the allegations are true, you're losing that job. So you need to find a new way to pay your bills immediately outside of stealing debit cards.
Yes.
Right? Then you would have the realization, Tommy, the job that you're leaving, you now can no longer put down on a resume or get a reference from on account of the whole stealing from your coworker.
Yeah, true.
Right? Okay, so you're going to have a massive gap in your work history.
All right.
You're also going to be ostracized by the folks that you once worked with.
Oh, your coworker.
Yeah. All the friendships you may have had, they're over, and they're not going to be willing to go help you out to get you another gig, get a reference for you, right? So that's gone.
All right.
Losing your job can affect any relationship that you're in, especially if the person that you're with wasn't aware you may have had sticky fingers. And if you're convicted of this crime and you end up with a record, you can assume that getting another job without help from anybody else will be even harder than you would have thought to begin with.
All right.
And what seems like a minor crime, being charged with petty larceny, stealing from a coworker, could legitimately ruin the life you're living now and the life that you live for the next 10 years.
But there is hope.
Is there?
There is.
That's a station down the hall.
Well, leaving her out of it, there have been guys here that didn't steal anything.
Yeah.
But got walked out with all that criteria.
Okay.
Nobody likes you anymore. Nobody likes you as a coworker. You're not even welcome in the building. But they survived. They made it. They got through it.
Did they?
Yeah. I mean, they probably wish they stole a debit card based on their lifestyle now. I'm just saying, you'll get through it.
Look, man, something as simple as stealing from a coworker will legitimately ruin your life. I'm telling you. I don't think it's as easy
You're
and
saying
like,
because it gets
it's
outside
fine.
the building?
Could you be friends? Well, you couldn't because you get too honest, Abe. Like, could you be friends with a guy openly stole from somebody at work if you ran into him in the street?
A coworker.
Former coworker, run into him
I'm
now.
saying this person stole from someone else we
Yeah,
worked with?
in the building.
I could be friendly with them, but I don't know if I would really even trust their friendship, right? Like watching them do
you're
that
not
to
going to make
somebody.
an issue out of it, right?
I mean, I'm not going to tell him to his face, get out of my face, man, you're a thief. But no, I don't want to be friends
What
with
if
him.
they stole from somebody you can't stand? Always big money, always throwing it in everybody's face, running their goddamn mouth.
You'd appreciate the move, but you still don't want to be friends with that
He's
person.
got a stupid summer hat, loud socks, leaves his man bag laying around, thinks that everything's cool, man. Nobody would steal from him.
Here's the issue. All right. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Stealing from someone you work with, whether you like them or not, is so personal.
It's low end.
And so inappropriate. Because, look, whether you like that person, we're all pulling the same rope here, right?
Yeah.
Like,
You really took advantage of somebody and a situation.
And not only that, you're taking from someone who is probably in the same financial boat that you are.
Could be.
Right? You're not, I'll put it this way. Right. If that person I saw on the street that got fired was ripping off the company, was caught stealing from the company, I could be friends with that person.
Right.
Because although it's still unethical,
There's no face.
And you took from something that may be taking advantage of you as a worker.
That's right.
Thank you. Taking from one of your coworkers,
it's low end.
It's the most dick thing you can do.
Because your workplace is for a lot of people like your second home in a way, and you feel you could feel exposed there because you leave your stuff everywhere. You trust that nobody's going to take advantage of you, and then when the day that happens, it's a huge violation of your trust and just overall comfort at work.
It's the personal animosity that would come from how personal this crime is. Because, like, who's to say that you didn't steal from me because you didn't have the opportunity?
Yeah, true.
Right? Like, you steal from a business, man.
Right,
You
no
steal
fair,
from a
right.
coworker, well, you could have done it to me. How do I trust you? I can't trust you. What, you could be friends with a guy that stole from a coworker?
I can be friends with people I don't trust.
Friendship is trust.
Is it?
Yes.
We're just hanging, having a drink. I mean, we both have had some very scummy friends.
Let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you a question. All right, so you're hanging out having a drink with a guy you stole from a coworker,
Mm-hmm.
right? It's just you and your buddy. You got your phone and your wallet on the bar. You're going to get up and go to the bathroom. You taking your wallet?
Oh, I'm taking everything, bro.
All right, so then you ain't friends with that guy.
I am.
No, you're not.
Friends but verified.
No, shut up. You're the Reagan of friends.
of cocktail hour, yes. But look at all this scuzzy cheat on their wives, drunk driving pieces of crap, doing drugs.
That makes him a piece of crap, but that makes him a piece of crap outside. What I deal with inside the work, it's not affecting my job on a daily basis.
And all those other things. You're right. Like, those are scummy things to do, but it's not anything personal involving the folks that you're
Personal
around.
scum.
Yeah, I think there's a difference. I
was thinking, it's something to think about.
252 WCMF. We're talking about this woman out in Penfield, 31 years old, arrested after police say she stole a coworker's debit card and made fraudulent charges on the account. She's been charged with petty larceny. She's got a court date coming up. But I'm telling you, man, like something this small, it's not, you don't realize how much of an effect it would have on your life with losing your job, losing any reference from that job you would have, losing all connection to your coworkers because they're not going to want to have anything to do with you. Your partner, if you're in a relationship, finding out that you were doing something like this, that can affect a relationship. And if you are convicted of petty larceny, it's a record that may prevent you from getting another job moving forward.
So you don't even necessarily have to be caught stealing for people to not trust you.
Oh.
Because I used to work at a place where we had just gotten a new Keurig machine.
Okay.
And so one of our coworkers bought himself like a whole pack of K-Cups, like for himself to keep at work because it was like the kind of coffee that he liked.
That's got to be expensive.
So he had kind of tucked it away in a place where like you'd have to go looking for it to find it. And some of those K-Cups were going missing. So we all had an idea of who was taking it, but we didn't have proof. But just the idea that this other person was going and searching for these things and taking them, nobody trusted their stuff around this guy.
And that's the other dick move that happens here. Because when you start stealing from coworkers, you're right, everybody starts to have an idea of the different people that can
the blame game starts.
Yes, you seed mistrust within this place of people that may have gotten along.
Like when I used to steal Kano's Rolos upstairs off his desk.
Exactly.
Were you stealing them, or was that just out
Well, I
for
wasn't
anybody
asking.
to take?
I think Kano was just excited that someone else liked Rolos.
There was only so many old man candy eaters in the building, so.
I wasn't going to bring this up on the air, but now that Kimmy brought this up. All right, so for the past month, I've been bringing in 12 packs of Diet Coke, and I'll have one Diet Coke during the show.
Oh, okay.
Because, I like to get wild sometimes.
Yeah.
So, but you keep them here.
Yeah, I put them upstairs in the fridge. And
why do you do that? They're gone.
I wrote on the box.
Wait, did you put them on your property?
I just wrote Duffy on the box, right? So Moose, one of our coworkers, came to me when I first had him. He goes, "Hey man, coffee machine's not working. Do you mind if I grab one of your Diet Cokes?" And of course not. No, go ahead. Yeah, it's fine. They started turning up missing again. More of them.
All right.
Somebody is taking these. And I don't think it's Moose because the fact that he asked me in the first place would lead me to believe he'd ask again. So somebody in this building, despite the fact that that box clearly says Duffy on it, are stealing my Diet Cokes. And I don't want to make a thing. But I also am dying to know
who's doing
what dick in this building is you can just ask me and I'll no problem.
Yeah, but it might be somebody in the afternoon and you're gone.
So shoot me a text.
Nah.
Are you sure it's not Moose? Because I feel like maybe he got the verification once, so he ran with it.
But I would see him with a can of Diet Coke in the other studio walking by. I don't see that. Somebody else is swiping him, and it's
got to be somebody in the afternoon. It's got to be.
See, but you're making assumptions.
Afternoon sipper.
And we probably have you're gonna narrow it down to 3 people, and that's gonna change your relationship.
Because Diet Coke is a funny beverage. Because there's people that are thin that drink Diet Coke, and there's fatties that drink Diet Coke thinking they're being healthy.
So I can't nail it down.
I can't pin it to a
look.
waistline. Because I know fatties that pound Diet Coke, thinking they're doing something good.
Okay. The other complicated thing with this story, well, you bring up if this woman's convicted, she's obviously losing her job. But right now, she's just facing allegations.
Right.
does she have to continue to work there until she's actually
Well, how
convicted?
can you fire somebody if you can't prove it?
That's what I'm wondering, right? Like, if you have enough...
So maybe they suspend her.
Well, no, I don't know. Like, I don't even know what she does, right? This could be a job where she works at a gas station. This could be a job where she has, like, some, powerful white-collar job, right? But, I mean, you don't need to prove guilt to fire someone in New York State.
But you had to have cause.
Yeah, but the cause could be everybody thinks you stole this debit card.
Well, that says everybody's opinion of me.
I don't know what the answer would be. Do you have to wait for a conviction? Because if you do, that's an awkward 6 weeks at that gig.
But you'd take it. You're still working. Who
Would you,
cares what
though?
you think? You're already stealing from these people. You don't like them.
Okay, but your argument is no, I didn't. I have not been convicted by a court of law yet.
It would be funny if something else goes missing.
Yeah, right? Because you're automatically going to assume it's that person.
But you can't prove it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I'm telling you, man, like, this woman is in a world of pain. And if you are one of these people in a desperate spot that's looking around at the folks that you work with, don't do it. I'm telling you, it'll change your life in ways you cannot comprehend for something that itty-bitty tiny.
So you're saying don't steal.
Do not steal,
right.
especially my Diet Cokes, you sons of bitches. I paid $6 for that 12-pack.
Why don't you get a little cooler and plug it in down here?
Now that's expensive, and I'm going to buy the cheap one that's going to catch on fire, and I'll burn the studio down.
I think everybody's for that.
2 days ago, we told you that arguably the most famous private home in America was going up for sale.
So who's going to score it?
Well, that's just it. It was supposed to happen today.
Ooh, somebody famous moving in?
We have an update for you.
All right.
And I don't know if this is going to get you excited or is going to disappoint
Well,
you.
if it's a Japanese businessman, I'm super excited.
Not a Japanese businessman. We'll tell you the story next, and we'll do it here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. The good news is all this drama finally has an end.
Yeah, all right. Who we getting?
Well, the bad news is I don't know if you're going to be happy or disappointed by this. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Just after 9 o'clock, you want to please your lady sexually.
Yeah, that's the goal.
Right? But, as time goes on, sometimes it just doesn't happen.
All right.
And women can feel pressure. Either if it's with a partner you've been with for a while or a guy that you just met to put on a show.
Okay.
Right? It turns out that we are going to be able to tell you just after 9 o'clock whether or not that woman you are with means what's actually happening or she's faking it to make you feel better.
Are we playing Where They Moaning?
The question is, 1, do men want to know?
Yeah.
And 2, when they find out, do they care?
I'm also curious to know if a man or woman is giving this information.
We'll get to all of it.
Okay.
Just after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMS. So a couple of days ago here in the break room, around this time, we told you that Graceland, Elvis's mansion out there in Memphis, was going to be auctioned off. And the story that we had was Lisa Marie Presley, his daughter, before she died, used Graceland as collateral for a $3.8 million loan. That loan, because she passed away, was never repaid. So the people that had the loan.
Yeah, they were foreclosing.
Yes, and they were going to auction off Graceland today. Riley Keough, who is a granddaughter of Elvis and an actress in her own right, stepped up and freaked out, went to court against the company that was going to auction off Graceland. She claimed that the whole thing was a scam.
Fraud.
Yes, Lisa Marie Presley never signed this thing, and they were going to court. That happened yesterday. In yesterday's hearing, the judge decided that Riley Keough, granddaughter of Elvis, was right.
So I thought they put it on hold. Are they saying it's done?
Yes, and here's why. They did put it on hold to begin with, but the notary who was there for the loan swore that Lisa Marie Presley did not sign that piece of paper.
So they're saying it's not even his notary.
You got it. So, hers.
Well, no, but I thought the notary said also that ain't made.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So, long story short, the company withdrew their claim with prejudice, which means it can't be refiled. So, it's done. It's over. Graceland stays with the Presley family.
They tried to pull a move.
Why?
Because they're letting the place, they're not taking care of it. They don't give a damn. And I would rather see like a rich super fan come in and clean the place up and run it right. And that's what the king would have wanted. It is, like you said, they let it go.
You argued that it's one of the greatest places in America when I told you it sucked.
It is when I went there when I was a younger man. But if they let it go, I would rather have some rich super fan buy it or some company that'll actually take care of it.
But isn't it that family's right to do what they want with it? I mean, they're all buried there.
They are. And you can still have all that, but I want it nice for Elvis.
But you're not. Are you going back? Do you plan on going back?
If I'm in Memphis, I'm taking my wife because I want her to see it.
You are not.
Oh, I thought you've seen it.
I had when I was on the road.
Yeah, he did the cheap tour. He stood on the outside of the fence and looked through with his hands like this. Wow, 3 TVs, pretty cool.
I think I see the Beatles in there.
I love how you're arguing that the family needs to give up the home so someone will take better care of it.
The family went to hell. It did. Like, they don't respect Elvis. They don't respect his legacy. He's the greatest entertainer.
How do you really know that information?
Come on.
What?
Come on.
We have no idea what goes on behind closed doors in that family.
Well, you probably don't want to know that at any time.
I was going to say, like, you're arguing about protecting a man's legacy who's...
We don't know.
We know she was 14. We know that.
And they were friends.
Uh-huh.
And they sat on the end of Elvis's bunk and talked in Germany. That's all we know.
I mean, like, let's be real. You talk about honoring the legacy of a man who died taking a dump on the toilet as a drug addict after he flew to Washington on his own to meet with President Nixon to get a DEA enforcement badge so he could smuggle drugs into America.
And Nixon gave it to him.
That's a real story. You can Google it. There's documentaries made about it.
But think about this.
What are you...
Elvis could only be invented in America.
Okay.
He's probably the most iconic American entertainer. Because he predates Michael Jackson.
Okay.
He was bigger than Sinatra. He ran Las Vegas when he went there. He was probably at his peak. You are pissing off
so many people.
I'm not saying these people. Michael Jackson's the greatest global entertainer of all time.
Okay.
But I would say in the moment, Elvis was the greatest entertainer America ever produced. That was strictly American. He never traveled overseas.
Well, yeah, because he was getting ripped off by his...
Well, his promoter, Colonel Tom Parker, didn't have a passport for some reason. But, like, he's just...
I love how the more you you tell this story, you start with you go to the legacy of this man. And the more we talk, the more horrific it becomes.
He had a really nice Memphis Mafia, nice guys. He ran that town.
But you even said the house wasn't much to look at.
It's very small. It's very small, but it's very Southern rich. It's gaudy where it should be. Like the furniture's loud. It's all nothing matches. The cars are cool. The plane was cool, but also tacky. It was high end tacky stuff. It's kind of what you thought Elvis would be like.
No, but my concern would be, and again, I agree with what you're describing as romantic. If you take out all of the other personal things we just discussed. Again,
he had like golden sinks sitting on top of plywood.
Graceland, Elvis's mansion in Memphis, will not be auctioned off. Court case yesterday stopped it, put a hold on the auction. Based on a loan that apparently was not signed by his daughter before she died. The company that was suing withdrew the lawsuit, and they can't refile it, so it's going to stay within the family. Tommy's disappointed. What you're describing should stay in the family because you want that family to have control over that cheese ball. If you bring in somebody from the outside, they may try to modern it up, fancy it up.
It probably needs a little bit of fixing.
You're not even sure it's gone to hell.
Yeah.
I assumed you saw it yesterday, and you were like, "What's going on with Graceland?" Like in file footage, you're just assuming it's gone to hell.
You know it went to hell.
For God's sake!
If it's almost damn near in foreclosure, and everybody's coming in taking out loans on it.
His daughter took out a loan. I thought she took out the loan to help improve Graceland.
Yeah, that's what the Presley family does.
No, that's what they had been doing. That's how they kept up the home. I mean, Kimmy, you can Google it if you want to. Now, by the way, quick sidebar. When it comes to this court case, it's become so convoluted and crazy that the FBI is apparently going to investigate what the hell happened here.
Wait, the Federal Bureau of Inbreds? We got some inbred problems over here, son. Go to the FBI.
But how about even, 50 years after Elvis's death, 40 years after Elvis's death, he's still got FBI investigations going on?
Yeah, they're still keeping an eye on you.
Pretty interesting.
Yeah, Hoover won't let it go.
No, man, I mean, this is the way, if we're talking again about a purely, what's the word I'm looking for? What we want to believe this is, right? It should stay in the family. It's more Americana when it stays in the family.
He's the closest thing we have to a saint in this country.
Shut up.
You name somebody. Closest thing we have to it, an actual American saint.
You can name 100 people.
I know you can't.
Okay,
that can pack a room in Vegas and make them faint. They can produce panties on stage. He could turn music into panties. Put that in a section of the Bible.
Don't. And you can't just add stuff to the Bible unless you're Mormon.
They all added stuff to the Bible. The Bible's been written over 2,000 years.
Shut up.
There's like cell phones in it now and stuff.
Shut up.
I've tried to think of an equivalent to like a superstar's home that you'd want to tour. That's that iconic.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it exists.
No,
I don't think it exists.
That's got to be really the only one. It's its own museum.
I guess Neverland for Michael Jackson.
Yeah, okay. that would be one.
But
you can't tour it. Yeah.
That's amazing that nobody ever bought that place and decided we're going to open it up.
It's got a choo-choo train running around it and a zoo.
No, I take it back though, because with the allegations of what happened at Neverland.
That's why.
Yeah. I am dumb. Okay, so other than Neverland, I mean,
but two of our greatest probably our two greatest entertainers,
with a whole bunch of skeletons.
Yeah, but that's what happens when you get all that money and nobody's looking.
Doesn't have to.
These are only the ones we know about, bro.
You're right. Man, this started off as like hey, what a great finish to a story, and ended in horrific fashion.
Well, because you always do this. You always got to point out all the bad stuff.
Because I point out things that everybody knows.
Guy can't go overseas to serve his country and not meet daughters. Hello, baby.
He's a big bopper now?
Yeah. Don't even get me started. I mean, that guy was singing that stuff.
Shut up. You just yelled at me for bringing up that stuff, and now you bring up the Big Bopper might have been a pedophile.
No, he wasn't.
You just said it.
Hello, baby.
All right, we're going to take a break. Let's talk about adult sex. How about that?
Okay.
Great transition.
Right. I've had my share.
10 years in this business, that's how you do it, Kimmy. You think you know, as a man, what is working and what isn't working.
Sure.
But as time goes on, as much as you may not want to hear it, that's not true.
Well, Father Time also kind of eats away at you a little bit.
Possible, yeah. If she's not eating away at you in the first place.
No, I hear you, buddy.
Look, we have in front of us now knowledge that will show you whether or not the woman that you are with is giving you an authentic performance in the bedroom.
Okay.
Right? Whether she is feeling it herself and she can't control it, or she's giving you a little something to try and encourage you or just get the evening over.
Right.
And when we share this information with you, there are 2 questions we will need to ask.
Okay.
1, is this something that men want to know? And 2, if you found out she wasn't having a good time, do you care?
All right.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. They say ignorance is bliss.
Oh, it blissed up.
And if that's true, men, you may want to change the channel right now.
What's up?
Well, we're about to burst the bubble potentially on your sex life.
Wow.
We have very valuable information that you can use to tell if your partner is having a good time in the sack. That is, if the majority of men listening right now care.
So you're saying mama might have some lion thighs?
You can't hide
them
your
lion thighs, 'cause you ate too much pie.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Just after 9:30 this morning, a massive change at Marketplace Mall. Did you guys see the story yesterday?
No, what's going on now?
It's not great.
I thought they already changed everything.
Oh, no. This is a change that was unplanned, it seems.
Mo change.
Yep, we'll tell you what it is. And it's Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, yeah, pitching it up.
That's right. Bitch Boys Theater coming at you just after 9:30 here.
So what's happening?
Tommy?
Yeah.
The ladies are out here faking it. And they're faking it in shockingly high numbers. Why are you giggling?
Duh.
Queen fake.
What do you mean, duh?
I thought that was obvious information.
Okay. I'm going to read you a statistic. Are you ready? Almost half of women in relationships right now say they fake orgasms on a regular basis with their partner.
And those are the ones that openly admit it.
You're right. So it's probably higher than that.
Oh, way higher.
Does that sound right to you, Kimmy?
Yeah, only because I think that it's harder for a woman to get to that point than it is a man.
Yeah, because of your negative attitudes.
It just doesn't happen. Maybe for some women it happens every time, but I'm guessing that's pretty rare. And it's not
I don't
really
want to talk about this anymore.
And I can't. It's not your fault. Sometimes it just doesn't happen.
It's not your
and
fault,
that's okay.
guys. You're so handsome.
She's
so
still,
strong.
She
It's
still
so
loves
big.
you. She still loves you.
Yours tastes great.
Come on, man.
That's what she's saying in her head.
No woman's ever actually said that out loud, by the way.
I'm sure they have.
No.
So with this not great information that almost half of women in relationships are faking orgasms on a regular basis with their partner, we luckily now have a lady on our side.
Who's
Her
that?
name is Katie Flowers.
Right.
And she bills herself as an orgasm expert. And she says, Tommy, it is easy to tell when your partner is faking an orgasm or, as she puts it, counterfeit climaxing.
Okay.
Come on.
So what are the tells?
All right. So this woman, the orgasm expert, says if your lady is moaning and screaming, she is almost certainly full of crap.
All right.
She says that those aren't natural reactions to female orgasms, and that's what women do.
Wait a minute. They are in pornography.
Well, she says that's why women do that, is because they know you expect to see that in porn. Kimmy, would you agree with the statement that if she's moaning and screaming, she is faking it?
I don't know, because I'm guessing that everybody has their own thing. I don't know. Everybody would react differently to pleasure.
So I will say this: like she wants to bill herself.
I will say maybe if she's overdoing it, probably faking it.
She wants to bill herself as this like orgasm expert. Right?
No, I never said that.
I know about female orgasms.
I never said any of this.
Check me out. I'm Kimmy Orgasms. They call me. But like to be fair, Tommy and I have witnessed way more female orgasms than
that
you
is
have.
true, or so you think.
Okay, that being said, she says there are things to look for to be sure that your lady is actually getting to where she's got to
So
go.
what I got to see?
Okay, first thing, one, flushed cheeks
Okay.
on the face.
So something that she can't fake.
Exactly.
Right.
Flushed cheeks. Two, subtle smiles.
That sounds creepy.
That's what she says. Subtle smiles. She's the orgasm expert. Three, loss of body control.
Because that would also seem like faking.
Yeah,
right?
don't you think she could fake that too, though?
I don't know. Well, I mean,
What is that? What is loss of body control?
Where like your arms and legs don't work the way that you want them to because that's a
You would think
natural
that
reaction
You may
to a
also think something's wrong.
female orgasm. Well, I mean, she's having sex with us. Something is wrong.
Like
No.
she's got like a latex allergy.
Flushed cheeks, subtle smile, loss of body control. Those are the three signs, according to this orgasm expert, that your woman is actually having a good time what you're doing.
Okay.
So here's the thing.
What?
This is a double-edged sword.
Oh, yeah.
On one hand, this information is very valuable and may help you and your partner get closer and have more fun in the bedroom. If you as a man look at her, realize she's not actually enjoying herself and go, listen, I talked to this orgasm expert. I heard Kimmy orgasms on the break room, right? And this is
That sounded.
I understand.
That's not what you meant to say.
That's not what I meant. You're right. I wish I could go back and take that. I meant it as a nickname. What I'm getting at is you can take this information and use it to benefit.
Okay.
Right?
But how?
Yeah, okay. But if you have an open, frank discussion about sex, it makes sex better.
What if she's also good at faking that?
Okay, well, then there's nothing you can do. You tried.
All right.
But on the other hand,
all right,
no man listening wants to think this applies to them.
Right.
Right? Either they think this woman who is giving us this advice has no idea what she's talking about, or they think no woman would ever fake an orgasm with them.
Yes.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
It destroys the male ego. It completely destroys it.
You'd also have to be at a certain point in a relationship with somebody, I think, to have that conversation. Like you're probably not going to have that conversation with somebody you just started dating, right? Because you don't want to. That's just not something you usually discuss up front. Before it even happens.
But you bring up the other potential third thought a guy could have. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Like, when you bring up someone I just started, being with, if she's faking it, do you care?
No.
You don't care?
No. I don't even know where this is going yet. Right now, this is just fun in the sack for me.
Okay, but here's the thing. If you do eventually want it to go somewhere.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Eventually it could go somewhere. That's when you're going to have that conversation.
Should you say, how long can you fake this? Do you have 20 years of fakery in you?
Fakery?
But the idea, Tommy, is if she has to fake it in the beginning, why would she want you hanging around while she has to win an Oscar?
Well, here's the thing.
What is that?
I don't think women like sex.
Okay, you always have this take, and it's the stupidest take because we have women call over and over again saying,
I love sex. My husband's a bad please buy me.
What, did all of the teeth fall out of her mouth?
I can touch God's face with my naked body.
No, man, they lie, bro. There's nothing in it for women. Think about sex for a woman, and it's all for us. It's a home game for us, man. It only benefits men.
That's not true. That is not true. And I feel like if you're going into sex thinking that way, there's a reason
Come on,
you feel
big
this
man.
way.
Lay on me with your big hairy body and your boner there. Take me to heaven, Chuck. You want to go to Chuck Sex Heaven? It's going to look like a Wyoming truck stop. Dusty trails.
Women are also, they will go seek that pleasure too. It's not
they
like
need jewelry or a car.
That's not true.
They want a new couch.
My wife asked me to take her to a place she'd never been. I took her to the kitchen. Ow! More at Tommy this weekend in the Poconos.
She told me to bang me where it stinks. I drove her to Dansville.
Kiss me. Kiss me where it stinks.
You can bang and stink.
That's not the joke. Doesn't work.
Yes, it is. You can bang where it stinks.
Her where it stinks. Because if I was going to bang her where it stinks, it would have been you
I
doing
think
a set.
every woman listening right now has completely. She's turned off for the day.
Oh, that happened
She's
10
turned
years
off for
ago,
the day.
man.
Like, you have some really bad takes. I've had some really bad takes on the show, but I am convinced your worst take is
It's all designed for men.
No
man.
women enjoy sex. No, look, if you want to
It's all for men.
If you want to make the argument that modern sex up until recently was designed for men, I'll listen to that argument. But the argument that no woman ever wants sex and doesn't enjoy it is a bad effing
terrible take.
They enjoy the attention.
Nope.
And they want something.
Why would sex toys for women exist if they did not want that?
I don't even think they use them.
It's $1 billion industry.
That is your worst take of all time.
There it is.
Women don't even use sex toys. They just collect them for no reason.
Oh, they had half of them. They got at a bachelorette party. What are you going to do with a penis water gun?
252-WCMF, 252-9263. This conversation started with a woman who was trying to explain to men how to know when your wife, girlfriend, whomever is faking it. This conversation has evolved into, do men care? Tommy goes, no, doesn't even think about it for a second.
It's selfish.
Why even bother trying to pleasure a woman? She's going to fake it anyways.
All of this comes off of the statistic that almost half of American women admit they fake it on a regular basis with their partner. 252-WCMF, a man who knows something about women.
But the ladies.
Yeah, we're talking to Redneck. He's on CMF. Hey, Redneck, how are you, buddy?
Your guys' train has officially came off the tracks.
What?
You guys are fighting against each other.
That's every day in here.
No, and against each other's points. Who cares if they fake it?
So you, as a man, do not care?
No.
All right.
I learned that at like 14, 15 years old. This is a race. I'm in it to win it.
Redneck always wins sex.
Yes. It's like a rodeo.
Yeah,
Redneck,
I
redneck.
do.
Right,
I must be part British because I was part of the Minuteman Regiment.
Okay, man, he's full of it. Yeah. Opening for Tommy this weekend in the Poconos. Redneck. Now, Redneck, how long you been with your lady for?
12 and a half years.
All right, it doesn't matter to you that she's enjoying herself when you're intimate?
No. If I was that worried about it, we'd probably be married by now.
Wait, what? I'm confused.
He's dating. They're not married.
Okay.
They're together. Okay. That is
well,
a really...
we're engaged, but...
Okay. Yeah, well, you bought the ring, but you won't give her what she's looking for, Redneck. Come on, man. Like, doesn't every guy have pride?
And if you think, if you thought that she thought you were bad at sex, that wouldn't bother you?
No, not at all.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Because if that was the case, we wouldn't have made it 12 and a half years.
Because do you think you're bad at sex? Honest question.
I'm like every other guy. I have my days.
But he's a naked. Think of a naked guy that calls himself Redneck.
Yeah.
You know, he's had some
You
accidents.
don't want to think of that, Tommy, you don't want to think it. Why are you thinking about me being naked?
Think of how many times a cottonmouth has got a hold of his dong while he was out fishing.
Cottonmouth Dong is my favorite Ribs Arkansas song.
Cottonmouth Dong can't sing this song. It ain't radio friendly.
Can't do me wrong. wrong.
Unless you're with Pat's mom.
What the hell, man?
Well, she does have a big snake.
What? She has?
Great call, Redneck. Have a good rest of the day. Okay. So let's discuss what just happened here.
Whatever.
This is a grown man, right? We know he's a little bit older.
Yeah.
Who has no concern that his partner is enjoying herself.
He's a selfish lover.
Okay.
Which I think
He'll
most men
get a
are.
hold on you, believe it.
Selfish lover. I think most men are selfish when they are in bed.
But to openly admit that you don't care.
No, look, I'm not trying to toot my own horn here, right? I got to make sure that everything else is taken care of before I get mine, man. And if sometimes I get the look where it's just, it ain't going to happen, fine, I'll go and get mine.
But you're a good kid. You're a good kid, man.
But
you know what?
You're going to
fix
put some
things.
effort in, no?
Yes, you're going to fix things. Your generation is going to take it to another.
No, but like Kimmy, your husband isn't getting in there just to get his.
I would assume that he cares. Like he cares about the way he performs.
I'm sure he does.
Oh, look! Let's say he was running his mouth a second ago.
Definitely looks like he could perform.
Well, if you're watching the live stream, you can see his beefy body right over my shoulder there and the shirtless calendar. No,
like it would bother him if I said that wasn't good. And I think I would assume most men would be bothered if somebody just straight up told you that sucked.
Yeah, it would.
100%.
It would crush the guy.
But like, Redneck doesn't
But not
care.
according to, he doesn't, according to him, he could care
Southern man
less.
different, man.
252 WCMF. Let's get some more dudes in here because nothing says.
That's your fantasy, isn't it?
Nothing says let's learn about the female orgasm like 6 dudes on hold. Eric's on CMF. Hey, Eric, how are you, buddy?
Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, Kimmy. Tommy, I am here to set you goddamn straight.
Get him, Eric!
One question. One question to start this off. Do you love your wife?
Absolutely.
Yes or no?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Then why in the hell do you not care about her pleasure?
I do.
If you do, then you'd be making sure that every time she gets off, it is authentic. And Redneck, I have respect for you, but what are you doing, man? You don't even give a damn? Are you serious?
Now, hold on. In the defense of Tommy said he didn't care if they enjoyed it. Well, no, actually, he did. But he is of the belief that there's no point because women will not enjoy it even if he's trying as hard as he can. Which, personally, I think that might be
utter BS.
All right, so, Eric, you are confident that when you're laying it down that you are giving the pleasure that they deserve to those ladies?
Yeah, I don't listen to her voice. I read her body language. I've been looking at those signs that you mentioned for years.
Bad.
Okay?
All right, well, hold on. Kimmy's got her...
When her body starts to move and she can't control it. I pay attention to that stuff.
Okay.
Sorry, I almost swore.
No, you're fine. I appreciate you not. All right, Eric, so what are you doing then in the bedroom to make sure that all of those orgasms are authentic?
my head between her thighs.
Oh, God. The way you said it.
See, right there tells you something about Eric's love life.
I was
my big old Eric head down there.
I was preparing for whatever was going to come out of your mouth, and it still bothered me.
I was going to say.
It was still censored, so don't worry.
Despite the way he said it, it shows that he cares about
choking
her.
on them britches. Britches get stitches, baby.
Yes.
All right. So he's willing to go yodeling in the valley.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, yeah.
All day.
All day, baby.
All day.
You heard it, ladies. Eric's looking for you.
And,
Here he
and he
comes.
reads her body.
I'm not actually looking. I have a partner, but yeah.
Attaboy. Well, hey, listen. Why don't you go get her tonight? Give it to her break room style.
Oh, I definitely will.
That's for, by the way, that's for
Don't think of us while you're doing it, though. Don't do that.
Eric, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. That man's confident in his performance.
He is confident. What?
No, you
think that guy brings it, man?
He might. I don't know.
Oh.
It's always, there are those weird guys that may be bringing it.
Well, you tell me about it.
No,
what weird guys do you know that bring it?
Let me put it this way,
pal.
We've all been with that woman who she looks meek and like mousy.
Demure.
Yeah, that's the perfect way to put it. And then all of a sudden it's like, whoa.
Yeah.
You don't think there's the guy equivalent of that?
Oh, I'm sure. I don't think we know them. I don't think any of my friends are good at sex. All the guys.
What the hell, man?
I don't.
Bro, I'm great at sex.
Why is that? Because you know yourself and you think that they're similar to you?
Oh, look at them. Watch how they eat. They carry themselves, the way they dress.
Bro, what are you
All of a sudden, they're Casanova in bed.
You don't think I'm good at sex? Why would I not be good at sex?
Let's see. You're loud.
Yeah.
You don't maintain yourself with your beard. You have yogurt in your beard right now.
Do I have yogurt in my beard?
Of course you do. You have yogurt in your beard every morning. As a matter of fact, I've watched you lick your yogurt lid.
Well, yeah.
Yes, he does that every morning.
Well,
it's
yeah,
very
'cause
disturbing.
The good fat's
we
on
all
the
have
lid.
to look away.
Imagine that between your legs.
Here
comes yo play your way, baby. Patty lick him up. Patty gonna lick it all up. I'm gonna lick that lid, baby. Get all that protein
We can't
off your
come back
legs.
from this. We can't.
We're going to let somebody else talk now. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Almost one half American women admit that they are regularly faking orgasms with men they are in relationships with. A woman who is an orgasm expert says that if you hear moaning and screaming, she's not getting there.
Right.
She's faking it. She says
Too much.
Flushed cheeks, subtle smiles, and loss of body control. That is how you know your partner is actually having an orgasm, which led us to the conversation, do men care whether or not their partner is doing it? Tommy says no. Redneck says no. Eric got in here, was all like,
Yeah.
Nicole is on CMF. Finally, a woman.
Finally.
Thank you, Nicole. How are you?
Hello, I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Good. What's up?
Good.
So yeah, just sort of circling back to Tommy's point earlier, he's like, oh yeah, like I don't care and men don't generally care. But realistically, I don't think that most women would go through the effort of trying to fake an orgasm if their partners didn't care. I think a big part of it is that like you want people to feel comfortable and you want people to feel confident, and it harbors sort of a good relationship and trying to build confidence in your partner. So I don't think that it's intentionally deceitful on most people's part. I think it's just that, when you're figuring things out and you're learning each other's bodies, things are really awkward. And so you want your partner to feel comfortable and feel confident, but like you wouldn't go ahead and fake it if they didn't care. Like if your partner wasn't reacting to what you were doing.
I agree with you.
So it's encouragement.
Well, yeah, that's been the argument
and positive
for years.
reinforcement.
All right. So with that being said, Nicole,
In
if you don't,
that ass.
Nicole, if you don't mind, can I ask you a couple personal questions?
Sure. What's up?
Okay. Are you in a relationship with someone right now?
Not currently, no.
Okay. The last relationship
Could give a man. She barren.
What does that even have to do with orgasms? All right, Nicole.
She made a good point, and now Tommy's lost.
Everything else still works. It's just like one has nothing to do with the other. But yeah.
No, I get what you're saying. Yes. So Nicole, the last relationship you were in, were you faking orgasms with that person, despite being in a relationship and him knowing your body?
No, I wasn't, because I have open communication with my partners. I try to have conversations pretty early on. But a little background on that. I also work in a porn store. So I have an idea of what works for me because I have options to explore that. And so I don't have an issue with having those conversations with people that I'm intimate with.
She's not shy about it.
Understood.
Yeah.
But see, that's weird that Nicole says she works at a porn store because I just heard in the break room that women only collect those toys to put them in a shelf like they're beanie babies.
She sells them.
The point I do think is interesting is that like most of my customers that come in, especially since I work days at the porn store, are women or their partners coming in to try to buy toys for their partners. So I spend a lot of my time. Sorry.
You own Nicole's Hole, the bookstore?
It's called Nicole's.
No, your brother buys his clothes there. You got this Nicole
yeah,
dollars?
I mean, the good part is I do have authority over my holes and such. So it's
Authority
great.
over my holes, did you say?
Yes.
Yes, she did.
I have authority over my holes.
Man, it's so
She's
funny.
giving us valuable
You
information.
make it sound like the
and
Port
Tommy's
Authority
just
of New
like,
York. They can run in the Lincoln Tunnel.
Well, she might be. Look, here's what's frustrating.
Put a truck in there.
Here's what's frustrating. Nicole, you sit here and you go, women are prude. You know, Tommy, women are prude and they don't want it. Da, da, da. And then Nicole calls up with this refreshing, honest take. And as soon as she
God
starts
bless her.
talking,
and she has inside information.
Yes,
she
she
sees
does.
the sales.
But past this, she sees the sales. But past that, the second she starts describing things that you say women don't do, skate, holes, Nicole's cash.
Oh.
I know, Nicole. I know.
Oh no, it's okay. Honestly, I have pretty thick skin about it. People make a lot of jokes, especially.
Maybe that's why
women
you're
who
having
work
such
in
a
porn
hard time
stores.
orgasming. The thick skin.
Oh, yeah, that could be part of it.
Oh, wait, it's funny when I get the boo. When you get the boo, you want to flip the hell out. All right, Nicole, thank you so much for all the information.
Yes,
we
that was
really
very
appreciate it.
You're welcome. Have a good one, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, that was really sweet, actually. All the things I saw, I was just kidding.
Everybody go down to Nicole's Hole and buy something today. Help her out.
Nicole's cash. 252 WCMF 252-9263. See, that would be the nicest way we could have wrapped it up.
Yeah.
No.
But we still have several
Was
men
it?
on hold.
Because she was trying to talk, and we just talked over her the entire time.
All right, but we all had fun.
I gotta say, hey guys, we had a lot of fun back there, but
Yeah.
let's get serious for a
All
second.
right, let's settle down.
No, all right. Well, look, we have a bunch of dudes waiting on hold, and I feel bad, right?
All right.
Because these are guys that say they know when a woman
Sure
is
they
not
do.
faking it.
Yeah.
Let's finish it up that way.
All right.
All right. We started with dude. We'll finish with dude. Dan's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Danny boy, what's up?
What's up, guys?
Hey.
I'm telling you, it's not that complicated. It's like the first time my girlfriend saw me naked. She says, who are you going to get off with that? I said, me. Okay? And the times I do care, like the 4th of July, our anniversary, her birthday, or the 32nd of every month, you cannot fake the puddle on her side of the bed.
You can, though, actually. You can.
Yep.
But notice it's her side of the bed. That's all I'm saying on that. I ain't laying in it.
All right. Couple of questions. Anniversary, birthday. I get it.
4th of July.
And the
4th of July?
32nd of every month, baby.
4th of July? Why the 4th of July? You getting after it, Dan?
Well, I got to give her a firework or two every now and then.
Great call, Dan. Thanks for the call. I'm actually glad we wrapped up.
Why do women fake orgasms?
Birthday, anniversary,
The 32nd every month.
Columbus Day. Let's take a break. It's Thursday. You know what that means.
Bitching it out,
Yeah, that's
buddy.
right. We got a Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And major change at Marketplace Mall. This kind of came out of nowhere yesterday, Kimmy.
So it's not good?
Yeah, I didn't. It seems like a strange move.
It doesn't feel, well, no, I mean, it makes sense why they're doing it. It's just, this is one of those things that you can't replace, especially
Yeah.
with the size.
Not at that spot.
We'll get into it next year in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This definitely isn't great.
Oh, what happened?
And you may be able to make the argument that this place is one more big store away from not being anything we thought it would become.
Oh.
Unless there is a big change that we don't see yet.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF. We will get to that in just a second, but it is Thursday.
Yeah, what's going on?
When you want to hurt someone in this room, you can't call them short or stupid or make fun of them as they argue with a woman about what feels good for women having sex.
Yeah. A lot of lucky ladies out there, we're realizing.
You got to really hurt them. Something along the lines of...
I'm Pat Duffy. I think I'm a good lover because every morning I make love to my little cup of yogurt because I'm just a licking little bitch.
The way you watch me lick that lip
You do it right in front of me. You roll your eyes.
It should...
Like you're a porn star.
We take all your bitch voices, we run it back, we call it Bitch Voice Theater. Happens now on CMF.
The Break Room now presents Bitch Voice Theater, starring Thomas Muley and accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
I can't say because I get delayed.
I don't want to say what the little gush was because I'm scared to get delayed, bitch-ass little bitch.
I'm Pat Duffy. I look like a Little League coach that's sponsored by a meth lab because today I'm just a Little League meth coaching little bitch.
You've bought a pine tree before?
I purchased pine trees and put them in my yard. Purchased them. I'm Pat Duffy. I want to be first floor daddy. My rules, you get out of my house. That's the way it works around my house. I'm first floor daddy.
That's right.
Bitch.
Oh, you do this at Kimmy?
No,
go
I
ahead.
can't.
No, go ahead.
Legally, I cannot.
My name's Tommy, and I got great kiosk jokes, and I didn't realize it until Kimmy set it up, and I tried to take it, and I blew it because I'm a scared-ass nut kiosk game, little bitch.
My kiosk is for men only. I'm Pat Duffy. I don't want to go outside. I want to sit on my couch because I hear there's little stinks and they'll bite me out there. So I'm going to be a little couch turd because I'm just a couch turd set little boy with my kettlebell. I ain't picking up no 38-year-old man.
My name's Tommy, and I'm scared of a 38-year-old man getting in my car that I don't know because I can't defend myself because I'm scared of
You're going to get...
And that concludes this rendition of Bitch Voice Theater.
Dick's at Marketplace Mall.
Yeah. That place is huge.
Is closing.
What happened? I thought they were doing so good.
Well, okay, actually, they're not closing. The good news for the town of Henrietta is they're moving across the street.
Why?
It'll be taking over the space once held by the Christmas tree shop on Jefferson Road.
Oh, yeah.
You know that's what. The bad news.
What goes into that big-ass space at the mall?
Dick's on the Jeff.
That's fantasy. He'll be riding up and down every Saturday night.
You've been doing the same joke all morning.
Windows down.
Where's the yogurt shop?
You really are a middle school kid when the topic of sex gets brought up.
For the
You
rest
can't
of
let it go.
Oh, rest of it. And I already did the. Get your own. We don't know why they are moving out of the mall.
All right.
It is entirely possible it's because they, along with one other store, were the last two anchor stores at Marketplace Mall with...
It's kind of a medical center over there more than anything.
Well,
now, right?
I mean, half medical center, half mall.
Right.
But with Dick's moving out, there's only one anchor store left in Marketplace. I think JCPenney's is the last one because Macy's isn't there.
Right.
Sears closed. The other end of the mall is that strong medical facility now.
Mm-hmm.
The last anchor's Penny's.
Oh.
Mall with one anchor.
Not much of an anchor.
Sounds like an Irish drinking song. A mall with one anchor, they say. This is not good for the retail aspect of that mall.
Well, it sounds like but if it all goes medical, it still works.
Well, but it wasn't supposed to all go medical.
Yeah.
The plan was, and by the way, that medical facility is massive.
I was going to say, with these big stores that leave, I don't know what else you can put in there without dividing it up in some way.
What makes it even more complicated, the mall does not own that building. Dick's does.
Oh, it's their building.
You got it. So it was built in the
So
early
when are they moving?
That's a great question. I mean, look.
It said they're
There's no
moving
foot
to a
traffic, so,
smaller
yeah.
space, too.
Yeah, and look, you have the massive Dick's House of Sport. It's one of a kind out there in Victor, right?
Yeah.
So that's unique. You have the Dick's Outlet Store out there in Pittsford. That's unique. It's only one of a few in the country.
How many dicks can we support?
There's one still in Grease Ridge.
There's one in this chair sitting across from me.
Wait, downtown Dick's?
Grease isn't downtown.
You said the one sitting across from me.
Oh.
I would be the downtown dick.
No, you're more than downtown, my buddy. My guy. So, yes, we have 4 freestanding dicks. Damn it, I can't even. You're such an idiot. You're such an idiot. 2 free. This will be the second freestanding Dick's location. I said it already. It shouldn't still be funny. And then 2 Dicks in a mall.
What was that?
We're grown men trying to have a legitimate conversation about a retail issue in Rochester.
Was there always so when Dick's took over that spot in Marketplace?
Yeah.
That was another sporting goods store before.
Galleons opened that store in 2001, 2002.
And they just basically, it's the same store.
Was
Dick's
there
bought
also
out
a
Galleons.
Dick's in that mall along with Galleons at one
I think
point?
there was a Dick's.
I thought it was across the street.
Oh, okay.
A smaller one.
In Henrietta? I'm trying to remember now. Where was Dick's in
There's
Henrietta?
that DSW area and all that. Wasn't there a Dick's over there?
I don't remember. It's a long time ago. Stretching my Rochester mind. 252 WCMF. No, there had to have been a Dick's over there at some point, right?
I didn't
Henrietta
know.
had everything.
Yeah.
Now, by the way, with this story that Dick's Sporting Goods is moving, there's a fun fact that we discovered in regards to the history of the mall.
What's that?
Did you know that when Marketplace Mall first opened, it was the largest mall between New York City and Cleveland?
Really?
Yeah.
Damn.
1982, I think it was.
Oh, yeah. Because then you had the Galleria, and Buffalo's pretty big.
Yeah.
Then Syracuse made that mammoth mall.
Yeah.
But
later
those all
on.
came after.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. When this place opened in 1982, Marketplace Mall was the largest mall between Cleveland, Ohio, and
Look
New
at
York
us.
City. How weird is that?
Yeah.
And
No, it ain't.
well, that's just it. So
Trying to figure it out.
the question becomes, like, what happens now? Because the medical facility looks like it's doing just fine. By the way,
It's huge.
if you've ever been over there, it smells like pretzels. It's the weirdest thing. It
That's
smells
kinda cool.
It smells like the mall inside
Okay.
the doctor's office, which makes going to the doctor's office less anxiety.
Yeah, pleasant.
Yeah. But you have Penny's left over there. There's a couple other stores that are still open in the mall. We found out that the pizza guy that's been there since the opening of the mall.
Yeah, he packed it up, right?
Yep. Yeah, he shut down on Wednesday because he was retiring. So either there is a massive change coming for retailers that would be attracted to a place that's attached to a medical facility.
Right.
I mean, you could, in theory, have places that would be selling stuff that you would require after a doctor's appointment
Like medical supply stuff.
or a pharmacy.
Yeah.
Something like that. I mean, that would
Those
be.
are always fun stores to go to.
Well, but I mean, it's.
But
We got to
but you
get
have
Pa
to.
some rubber pants. Well, he's got a wedding. He said he's going.
You're fulfilling a need.
I mean, it's an interesting idea
Yeah.
because one of the frustrating parts about going to a doctor is having to then drive
Run
all over
around.
town,
You got to
right?
schlep.
Yes, I mean, if you had an all-in-one retail, medical, and medical
It's
facility.
Paradise for old people, man.
But then again, I mean, how often would it get used? Because you only have doctor's appointments once every, ideally, 6 months to a year.
Yeah, but as you age, though, you get a lot more. Like my
What
old
if-
man and my mom went constantly. And then you would have to go to those medical places to buy all their stuff. And that stuff is expensive.
What if it was just a mall full of specialists, like all different types of doctors that had their office all in
Perfect.
one place?
But if you could just go to
Like-
one place and get it all done.
Or
You're
like what?
describing a hospital.
Well,
No, but she's talking
What if
like.
but I mean, but
what if
not
we
for
invented a
emergency.
hospital?
No, but you got
This wouldn't be like
eye, you got
emergency
eye guy.
situations.
No, I got my eyes. I got my ass. Don't confuse them. That's
Yeah,
what you can
like
get
things
hurt.
you're making appointments for.
No, I mean, back in the day before they started building out of these campuses,
Hmm.
right? Like, that's what the hospital was. And the hospital is still kind of that. There are people that have to go see
I guess you're
specialists.
right.
But I gotta
But
go
I-
like. But all
You
my
just
doctors.
said-
I know you're right.
Hospital.
Now that I'm thinking about
But all
it.
my doctors are all over the place.
Yeah, but you know how?
Yes.
Yeah, you have to go see certain people in different areas. I don't know.
Well, like tomorrow, I have 2 doctor's appointments. Both of them are on the campus of Rochester Regional.
Hey, look at you.
No, but I'm saying they're at the hospital.
Yeah.
There's plenty of times where I've had to go see specialists at the hospital.
But sometimes you gotta go find some guy in some other place.
I
and-
understand that's how that works.
I
But like,
know.
if you do what you guys are planning, eventually all those specialists will get booked up. They won't have any space, and you'll have to go back to the other satellite campuses, which is why they built the satellite campuses in the first place. It's why that campus exists in Henrietta in the first place.
I don't know. I
That's
don't
why
know
I'm
how it works.
explaining it to you.
I
You're
walk
calling
in,
me
help me.
Plenty of parking though.
Help me. My eyes, my ass. Where's the dicks?
I think you just brought up where the Dick's was. Every Saturday night.
On the jet.
My name's Pander.
What, are you wrapping the show
I'm
up?
losing my mind right now, man. I'm sorry. We come back. We wrap it up. We tell you what we're doing tomorrow. My name's Pat Duffy, and I would like to go home now after everything Tommy's done for the last hour. We come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing tomorrow next to the break room on CMF. It's going to be a Rapperoo.
Adio, Thursday, Rapperoozy.
For Thursday break room CMF that makes tomorrow a Friday. You know what that means?
Oh, yeah, buddy. We're going to get a little creepy.
That's right. We got a creep cap coming at you just after 7 o'clock. Also, your obligation, not to your children, but to the friends of your children.
Right, the friends of the kid.
And the parents of the friends of your children.
Wait, whoa. Pump the brakes. That's too much.
I'm out $50. And the question is, should I go to the parents of this kid and not be out $50 anymore?
Oh, no.
Because this kid cost me $50.
Yeah.
And I was trying to do the right thing, and I think it was the right thing to do.
Right.
But $50 is $50, man.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it was a complete surprise. Now I take $50.
All right.
It was an unplanned, and I think it might be the parents' fault. It's definitely the kid's fault.
That's so awkward.
50. Oh, you want to make it more awkward? I've never actually met these parents face to face.
Damn.
But they owe me $50.
Yeah, but you're gonna look like
someone. Well, right now I look like a guy who's
better be really sure that they haven't covered anything for you.
Oh,
I didn't think about that.
The reverse chintz.
I did.
Never see the reverse chintz coming.
One of Lombardi's favorite plays.
Everybody's out here chintzing.
So we'll get to that and a whole bunch more tomorrow here in the break room on CMF. For Kimmy, who has all the information you need how to pleasure your lady, which you can go back and listen to.
Turns out I guess I don't, according to all the men that called in. Ladies, look out for the 4th of July. That's all I'm saying.
And the 32nd of every month.
For Tommy Muley, who's going to lay it down the way I want to, and I don't even care. I don't even want to talk about it.
I just want my hat.
My name's Pat Duffy.
Yeah, buddy.
See you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.